and gentlemen, Facebook, Instagram, the entire lane of social media is July 26th celebration. The First State Old Timers Sports Association of Delaware, in collaboration with Delaware Liberian Association, present to you and yours Independence Day festivities to begin with Friday, July 25th ball and dinner. Address is 627 Smyrna Clayton Boulevard in Smyrna, Delaware. Doors open at 6 p.m. Admission is $50 flat. Then on Saturday, July 26th, kickball action will bring face to face the beautiful ladies of Invisible 11 versus the talented ladies of Madibaroa. Right after the kickball game, 90 minutes of soccer action will take complete control of the Brandon Wine Stadium. Invisible 11 RE making plans to stop Madibaroa from repeating history. Who's better than the other? Can Invisible 11 sabotage Madibaroa from repeating history? Who owns the first state of Delaware? Well, let's find out. It's going down on Saturday, July 26th. Address is 1400 Fog Road. That's the Brandon Wine Stadium in Wilmington, Delaware. Doors open at 12 noon. Admission for kids absolutely free. Children is $5. Adults is $10. For more information concerning vendors plus more, give us a call at 267-312-2745. You can also call 484-470-9204 and 215-704-1606. Right after the game is the after party. Hey, come on, come to party real hard. After party address is 2411 Lancaster Avenue in Wilmington, Delaware. Then the cookout follow on Sunday. It's absolutely free to all. The women of Delaware will bring the food as the gentlemen of Delaware, they have agreed to come with the drinks. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Cookout address will be announced later. Come and enjoy the Liberian 178th Independence Day celebration with the Delawareans in Delaware. I'm His Eminence G. Francis Torgbean. Hey, come on. Meet me in the first state of Delaware, and I'll be glad to meet you.
I got good news for you. Do you know that Myean in the United States of America she'll be having her hard table Doma Festival in Maryland, USA? And she said everybody that going to that Doma Festival there, they will carry sport mountain for school for children. Like bobe, shoes, cherry clothes, life jacket, and all those kind of things. They will carry there, and she will bring it in Liberia so she can share it with the children in Grand Basso, Little Basso.
Answer a question quickly. The school then you put life jacket to it.
The reason why they put in life jacket inside, she'll be bringing life jacket to share because the children in Little Basso, when they go to school, they got to get on to cross the water. That's what she want to get so they can be safe.
I know that when the children want that when the children they get crossing the Kino to go where the big Kino to go.
And the time will be August 9 in the United States of America. So it will not be easy. And at the 5th year celebration, she been having celebration, but they want it will be special. So everybody are going there, we carry something. Yeah.
That my brother want to tell you I can be praying for him inside the chair there.
I know, but I know now.
So that the cheese I can get you. I go real.
I don't thank you very much.
Okay.
People now.
So my people that are there, your year people that are going for the Doma Festival in Maryland, in America, you please carry something for the children of Little Bassa. It's not easy.
Yeah. Thank you, Myean, for my children in Little Bassa, yeah.
This is your homeboy. This is Jerome Gaiman. We have the doctor with me. Well, they did the Bassa show today. We got Myean doing her thing in Maryland County. They say you should bring something for Little Bassa. You got Dr. Peabody here from Orange Grove. You got Jerome Gaiman here from Lower Buchanan. And then the big guest all day today, that would be Honorable Julia Duncan Castle, also from Lower. What's going on here? Are you guys travelist or what?
It's a Western thing today.
Oh, it's a Western thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to first give respect to those who, I'm a Republican. We have something that says we do business with those who do business with us. So if the people in Delaware are doing business with us, we have to do business for them, right, Doc?
Yeah, exactly, sure.
See, you do business with those who do business with you. So if you are in the Maryland County area, the Delaware area, the state of Delaware, the first state, this weekend, the Bassa people say, if you were among a lot of folks, if you touch the black guy, you may just wind up with a white man head in your hand. It's going to be that tough. It's going to be that packed. It's going to be that much fun. So when you go there, don't wear your dark shades. They want to see your eyeball. Good, kolo. Want to see your eyeball. And then if you're in Maryland itself, Myean has been telling us they are having something there to raise funds for the children of Bassa. So Myean is telling you to go to Maryland and do what good people do. Work for children, do something for the young folks, the next generation. We want to thank those of you who are doing business with us. In a few minutes, we're going to have our guest. The Honorable Julia Duncan Cassell is going to be on set. We're going to discuss issues, some of the things that she would like to see happen in our government as far as public policy is concerned, and then some current events, current issues. So, Dr. Peabody, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I know you can't wait to see the guest. Our guest is coming on. And something about Liberia and our Liberian women. We are accustomed to producing powerful women, Doc. We are not afraid of women. We are not intimidated.
Yeah. The Bassa people they know how to do it. They know how to roll those things up, Mr. Gilman. They know how to we produce them. We produce them, brother. I mean, I don't know what other people say, but we can produce some of the finest women in the country, in the world.
That's correct. I know the folks from Bomi. I know the former president. She says she's from Bomi and Sano. So Madam Salif can say, Bassa people, you're holding there. Don't be so fast. Bomi is in the house. Half Bomi got president, half Sano got president. That's what she said. So your Bassa people, you want to start bragging? Don't be too fast. She has something to say. And this week, hopefully, if everything works out, if not this week, next week, we're going to have another powerful woman. We are working on it. The female general, Mary Broad, will be on here. So another powerful woman. This Friday, Mrs. Kamara is going to be back here talking about Zoom Lion and other things that have happened. So the women just keep coming. Beautiful, smart, educated, well qualified women are coming on, and they don't disappoint when they appear on your show, Doc.
Yeah, they don't. They know what they be doing. They know what they be saying, and they definitely keep us updated on what's happening. Those women are some of the most powerful people. So yes, they do. They do.
Let me welcome Honorable Pewee. Pewee, how you doing there?
Thank you for having me. I'm doing very good, and I'm joining you actually this evening from the beautiful show of Ocean City, Maryland.
Oh.
And yes, and we are looking forward to interacting with.
Beautiful place. That one place, Big Boy goes. Mr. Kidman, that's a big boy area over there. Ocean City, in for children.
When you guys talking about, when you're talking about high table and high chair, you go to Ocean City, you sit high and look low.
No, we are dearly looking forward to meeting with you call her Mapu yesterday.
Yes.
But we know her to be Pinky.
Pinky, there you go.
And we look forward to interacting with her. And she was at the time one of the minister in the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government that some of us who were very proud of. She was very outspoken and she was very proactive, both as superintendent of Grand Bassa County and then Minister of Gender at the time. So she was very, very proactive and engaging. She was one of those that elevated and catapulted the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf regime in terms of female participation. So I got a lot of respect for her on a serious note. And it's today, and that's one of the reasons why here on the shows of Ocean City, I thought to be part of this this very important program. And because the Bassa people are a very strategic partner to us on a serious note. The Bassa man, Jerome Gilman, is here. The Bassa man, Dr. Heron Peabody is here. The Bassa woman, Mapu Pinge is coming. The Bassa man, Too Many George is also coming. So I can stop calling the Bassa people. But again, we are flanked by the Maryland man, the people that led the country for 27 years, almost 3 decades. The Bassa people can say they hope they weren't in power, they would have connected the roads because they love entertainment and all of them. They love to do these things. But yeah, we on a serious note pay tribute to the Bassa people because they are the people that gave most of the land to us and they kept us moving. So I mean, the Bassa people are strategic people in the history of Liberia, and we ought to respect them. So I'm looking forward to having a very wonderful interaction with Pinge Mapu today. Thank you.
Excellent. Welcome, Victor Nangwe. How you doing, Chief?
Mr. Gilman, it is good to be with you, Dr. Peabody and Mr. Pewee. It's nice to be with you guys this beautiful Wednesday afternoon here. It's sunny out, not hot, not cold, very beautiful. I'm very honored today to be on set to welcome this very beautiful lady. I read up on her and she seems to have contributed a lot, to our country, especially, female gender empowerment. So I'm looking forward to meeting her today. I've never met her before, but, she comes with a very impressive resume. So I'm looking forward to meeting her. Let me also welcome our audience. Thanks for joining us. Spread the word. We're here. Share the show. Invite a friend. So yeah, you take the Bassa women, you put it on one side. They're so beautiful.
We here. Tell everybody we here.
I don't know where the men come from. This is but the men are like 9 a day from the women. So I don't know what to say about. But it's good to have her. Sylvester mentioned, Southeast.
She just sent me the signal. She just sent me the signal. She's coming on.
Okay, that's great. So the hidden secret is we got some of the smallest gathering of population in the Southeast, small Maryland, small. But we've given you maybe more than 5 presidents. We don't boast about it, but we managed to. I don't want to say we got brains or not what I'm saying, but I'm just saying we give you a Tottenham, we give you a Samuel Doe, we give you a George. Should I actually keep counting Julie Bryant? I mean, how many more should I count?
And one of the most influential Chief Justices of all time.
Thank you very much.
Wilson.
Wilson. The outgoing Chief Justice.
That's correct.
Gloria Musu-Scott. I mean, should I keep counting? I don't know.
No. In fact, what I did, and we are tired with your nonsense about us selling our land. I'm going to get you by your small fee, and you gotta go. We're gonna evict you. We're gonna give you by your small fee. You gotta leave. So those of you who keep talking nonsense about us, we'll get you by your small fee.
She's in the back.
Okay, good.
Let's bring the guest on. Let little grumpy bastard and bring the guest on, please.
Please introduce your bastard sister. Introduce your bastard sister. I'm from Orange Grove. I'm a Congo man from Orange Grove. So introduce your bastard sister.
Whoa, there it is.
You're from Old River.
I'm Orange Grove.
Ain't no river up there, so you on your own.
We got family on the river. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah. You got family on the river.
You're not from Orange Grove. You're not from Bethel. You're not Bethel like that.
I hang around Upper Buchanan, Upper Edina. I don't hang around Edina. I don't hang around that place. Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm watching the game here between. We're talking about ladies, Spain and Germany, and Spain just defeated Germany in the European.
Yeah, I'm looking at it myself. It's it's
beautiful game,
powerful game, overtime and all that. 1-0.
Yep, in the second overtime.
The Saturday we'll be watching Nigeria and
Morocco.
Morocco, yeah. Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern.
And then Friday you're going to be watching Spain and England.
Yeah.
In the European Women's League. Well, guys, you'll bring our guests on.
But you want to introduce her so I can bring her or introduce her?
Yes.
So the Lama man will introduce a Basa woman.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Thank you very much. That's what we're talking about. You see, they are your aunties.
Yeah.
So introduce our guest. I'd rather bring her on.
Go ahead, Pewee.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and our very wonderful and illustrious followers of the TCA, we are pleased to have one of the outspoken, one of the level-headed, well-taught, disciplined female that participated in the Ellen Johnson's Sirleaf administration. She was very proactive, and we are pleased to have, for the first time, Madam Pinky Mapu Donkin Kase to be a very wonderful and special guest this evening on the closing argument. So I'm pleased and humble to introduce to you this illustrious character that played a very pivotal role, served as Superintendent of Grand Bassa County, not only exposing the Basel law, and also served as Minister of Gender, that also brought and publicly executed the issue about abandoned children and fighting this menace we have of a rape in Liberia. She was the first Minister of Gender that was proactively engaged in doing those things. So I'm pleased, Mr. Gaiman, to introduce this illustrious character on the show this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. JD, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Well, let me say it's good to be on the closing argument. My small brother, Mr. Peabody, Mr. Nyenwolo. But you allow Sylvester to introduce me because I'll come and deal with Sylvester tonight. But
the man that disarm you.
He's a smart man. He's right ahead of it.
Sylvester, you all right? No problem. We'll move forward. But it's good to be on the closing argument and to, silent. We've been very quiet. and not for any political reason, but because sometimes when you are less quiet, you get more achieved than when you are busy talking. Not all talkers can achieve, and not all silencer can accomplish what they want to accomplish. But at this time, we think it's necessary that our people hear us and know from where we come from. We've been listening to all of the different podcasts and media groups. And there's a lot now, thanks to social media, that people can voice out their differences. People can disagree to agree, but we are glad to be here and want to say thanks for the platform and thanks for giving us this invitation.
Excellent, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, share this show. We got Maurice John. We got Mr. Emmanuel Charles. We got Jerry Hannon. We got David Williams. He said he's tuning in from Colorado. Please share this show. It's going to be a beautiful show. We're going to have a lecture us, and then we're going to be asking some questions. If we have time, we will have to open the line for a few questions also. But full disclosure here, JD and I, we like brothers and sisters. We go all the way back. So when she calls me, I go and I call her. She has the time she come. When she was when they were running the country, several times she invited me, and I went met with the madam. 3 times I met with the president, and the last time when she was having her retreat in Bassa. So we go all the way back. We discuss issues. Sometimes we disagree, but on 9 out of 10, we will agree on the development of our country. And her heart, from the time we were in high school, it has always been about children and the women. So when she was appointed Minister of Gender, I said, that is her calling. So JD, thank you very much for coming on. We look forward to working with you, working with the madams on the ground. Thank you very much for making the connection with the former mayor, Madam Bro. Hopefully she will be here next week if she has the time. But our ultimate goal will be to work with you to bring the former president on. That would be the cherry on the cake for us. How's your family? How you doing?
Well, let me say a big thank you again to the crew, and thanks for keeping the closing argument going, Peabody and the rest of them. We're doing fine, my family and I. Currently, I'm in Nevada, in Henderson, spending some quality time with the family. It's the summertime, so graduation, wedding, family reunion, school reunion, Bassa High School reunion. I might not be there in person, but I'll be there in spirit. So I'm glad to be here. It's raining in Liberia, so I ran away from the rain. I'll be going back home soon. And just to say that, thank you. My name is Julia Marble Pinkett Duncan Cassell. If you see my outfit, you see my Bassa hat, you see I'm wearing red in celebration of our Independence Day. I'm wearing my black and white because, our Bassa people, when they're mourning, this is what they carry. So I come representing the people of my great county, and even though Peabody from Orange Grove, I'm from Edinburgh, but we all from District Number 1.
Yes.
And a disclaimer, yes, Jerome and I were schoolmates. You talk about selling our land. Jerome Powell was one of the seniors surveyor in Bassa. And he can ask me all the land he got. I said, if I get no land, but I just throw that caveat in there. But yes, Jerome, his brothers, his uncles, and all. I went to public school. My late father was the late Colonel Reuben G. Duncan. He was commander in BTC. He was commander. His last post was in Shuffling. And I saw the funeral service for Doe, President Doe, Kwewangpa. All those people served under my dad as commander in Shuffling. So, wherever the soldier went, we went. So I went to a lot of schools in Liberia because everywhere they transferred my dad, he took us. I went to Daniel E. Howard. Unfortunately, our school is not there anymore, but you see, demonstration is still there. My brother and I, my cousin and I went to Daniel E. Howard. My pa refused to send us to Catholic school. He said it was Teacher To and Teacher Nangwe school. So that was two people's school. My dad went to CWA. My late father was one of those that when Liberia sent the first trained soldier. My pa was one of the first Liberians that came to America and were trained that now called the Camney in America. Yeah. But my dad was such a professional that he kept getting promoted from one place to another. I went to school in Sino. I went to school in Banga because everywhere they transferred him, he took us with him. You know, everywhere he went, he was planting trees too. So he left children all around. But our pastor man, but my father died at a very early age. He was coming from Corner Merchant's Wick that night on his way back to Shuffling. He ran into a Firestone truck, and that's how he met his demise. He died in an accident when we were little. But then my late uncle, Charles D.B. King, who was also a soldier trained person, a lawyer. He was aide camp to Tutman. He was an agriculturalist, a farmer. He worked with Raymond, and he was assigned in Nima County. And he went and opened at Nima. The first hotel built in Ganta City, Kingtown Motel, was built by Charles King. He never drank imported coffee because he planted coffee and cocoa. He ate his own rice from his farm. Everything we wanted was on that farm. But he was one of those that were executed among the 13. And as young people growing up with no dad, now no uncle, we had to fend for ourselves. And my auntie, because my dad left a lot of children, took me, and that's how she gave me the name Pinky Wanwe Baso. Because I was just your Mapu, but Wanwe Baso, I say your little Mapu need to get me Pinky. But I'm just saying this to say, I was a class after 45 years, Jerome, class of 1980 that graduated from Paso High School. I was the first female president of Paso High School. Yep. At the time, there were only 3 high schools in Grand Paso County. I think 2 and Christian College were not in a high school yet, but it was St. Peter's Catholic and Paso High School. But when the last Cheweek Party convention, 1979, Joseph Bayou was the superintendent of Grand Paso County. The convention was held in Paso, in Buchanan. But before the convention, they were recruiting young people to join the Cheweek Party to make a change and a difference in the party. We were one of those, Curtis Finley and others that were recruited from Bassa and was sent to Cuttington to come back and give the party a facelift. I, being the president of Bassa High School that time, I introduced President Talbot. Right after that program, when they went back to Marofa, the coup took place. The 2 coup took place, I stand to be corrected, on a Friday night. Saturday morning, when you turn your radio on, all you heard, who owned the land, Papa Land. I had walked from Big Fanti Town to St. John's Episcopal Church for choir practice. You know, we on Church Street, the Methodist Church on one side, Thankful Baptist Church, the AME Church, and all we heard were fire guns coming into the city of Buchanan. And they started shooting in the churches and said, these are all Congo people. What we did, we all ran under the pews for safety. And we slept in the churches. That after the North subsided, Monday morning, I was arrested and taken to Upper Buchanan and said that I was a Cheweek Party member, but I was later on released that evening. But I'm just saying this to say that our leadership, our commitment to our country and our county specifically, did not just happen overnight. I got accepted. I was an Episcopalian. I wanted to go to Cuttington. I passed Cuttington entrance, but I couldn't afford it because my aunt could not afford to send me to Cuttington. I took LU. I passed in English. I failed in math. So I had to do remedial. But while I was there, I got a job at the then National Bank of Liberia as a teller. And the late Dr. Salif was Dean of International Students at Prairie View A&M University. And I wrote him and said I was interested in going to Prairie View, even though most of the students that went from Prairie View came from BWR because of the relationship with BWR and Prairie View A&M University at that time. It was an all-Black university. I was sent to the American Embassy to take my test. I passed and I came to the States in 1982 on a student visa. But as a foreign student in an all-black university in Texas, we lived together, we worked together, but I just thought that I had not arrived and Texas was not where I wanted to be. I visited my mom and my sister in Charlotte. I said, no, this is not America. I visited my older sister in San Francisco. When I got there and I went and saw where the MCSS, Memorial Consolidated School, where the United Nations was, I said, this is where I want to be. This is America for me. And I lived most of my life in California. I became president of the Liberian Community Association in Northern California for 2 terms. And was during the heat of the war. You ask Councilor Mohamedou Jones, you ask Yvette Chesson Ray, Mary Bro. We led demonstration to Washington, D.C. We led demonstration in San Francisco to see how relief could come to our people in Liberia that were displayed. The first time I went back home after leaving 82 was 1997. I went to Budeburo camp. I went to Abidjan because you had to fly to Abidjan. Then you had to take the UN helicopter or the wherever helicopter and go to Monrovia. But I took those chances there. I left my young family. I am very married, been married for 33 years. I have 3 children and 5 grandchildren and other children that we reared and took care of. But I decided what I saw in Liberia, my children were okay. I had a family meeting and I said, my heart is home. I can do more back there than I can do here. I need your support and I need your help. And with the blessing of my husband and my family, I made the transition in 2023 when Judith Bryan was taking office. Before then, we had sent a team to Accra.
In 2003, you meant?
In 2003, yeah. So this is how far my connection back home has been. I couldn't go to Pecan in 2003 because the road was deplorable. Everything was bad. But notwithstanding, I went back in 2005 with a team, not just alone. Liberians for Ellen, Amara Kone, Sekou Kole, Kehleboe Gongloe sister that just ran for senator, Ida Gongloe. We set up Mary Bro. We had a group of young people from across the 52 states and Canada, Australia, Europe, that came together and said that we're going to make a difference. 1997, I went along with Madame Salif when the race was between her and Charles Taylor and others. It was at her house that evening when we were told that Charles Taylor had won the elections. We got back and we flew to Abidjan and I came back with my family. Madame Salif came to the States. My late President Charles Bromstein came to the States. All of the candidates, Winston Tutman, as president of the California Association, we invited them and they all spoke. My family decided they would vote, they would go for Charles Bromstein because he came from Baika, the alumni of Basel High School. And because I'm a feminist, I'm an activist, part of the family, I said I would support Madame Salif. My husband went to school in England. He's a graduate of the London School of Journalism. My husband said when he was in England, of all the Liberians that went there, he had a passion for Winston Tutman. And my husband was supporting Winston Tutman. My brothers and sisters were supporting Charles Bromstein. My children, I was supporting Madame Salif. This is just to tell you that you can disagree to agree as family too. But we all took our side. But then look at the current day issue. I know you said I work with Madame Salif. Yes. I served first as the controller and head of special project because my background is in banking. I work with Citibank, Bank of the West, BNP Bank National, and I became head of the largest credit union in California before I left. I resigned to go back home, Metro One. It's the largest teachers credit union in Northern California. So I'm a banker by profession, administrator, and a social worker. A peace builder. I went to Yale University to study security and peace building. So I went back home. Madam said, Julia, I want to pay this security on time. I want the money to be done the right way. I want you to be the controller. I said, okay. But that time, coming from working in the bank, where everything was check and debit card, ATM card, you go to Liberia, everything was cash and go. Right after the war, I felt intimidated. I felt unprotected. And sitting with her one day, I said, Madam, you now name all your ministers. You need to appoint superintendents. And she said, yes. I said, those women that ran with United Party, they didn't win. Make them superintendents. I said, I didn't want 20 or 5, but I said, I want to be superintendent. She said, why, you're nothing there. I said, Madam, if I stay here, you wouldn't know my ability. I can go and make something out of nothing. And she said, I'm traveling. Go and do your homework. Go and see if the people want you or not. I organized one of the largest homecoming in Buchanan. And in the Grand Pass, I brought that time we didn't have 5 districts. We had 3 yet before the other 2 came. Now they say they want to create 3 more, but we'll talk about that. But everybody showed up when Madam King, and she saw the news, she saw the paper. Senator Finley was then the senator. They laid a page from number 1 was Representative Phoenicia Hodges and myself living in the Bay Area together, so he knew me very well, even though he came from the Liberty Party. But those are people who supported my cause. Nathaniel Innes, all are graduated from Plaza High School, so we all knew each other. Gabriel Smith, he attended Plaza High School, then later went on to BWR. But everybody that were members of the legislature, with the exception of Western Guy Finley, as an independent, came from the Liberty Party. So with me coming from the Unity Party, they wanted their own Liberty Party person in the county. I had to tell them, even though you're from the Liberty Party, but we are all one family. So the Liberty Party cannot rule the county with no Unity Party or Unity Party person as president. Then the vice jury to the president. So I went and had a conversation with the late Councilor Bromskin. And they all saw the need. And I got appointed, I got confirmed, and I opened my arms to all of them. And because I work along with them, in that time when there was nothing, sometimes I listen to all of the podcasts and I see people saying what did Madam Salif do? If Madam Salif didn't do anything, give and take, she might not have done all. But where were they then? How many of them were waiting to go to Liberia during those crises? But she had to do something that today, every Tom, Dick, and Harry want to go back home, want to identify with their country. So whether she did all or didn't do some, now it left with us, or left with the others to continue on our path and do. But because she brought peace and stability, because she led the way that others could follow. How many male presidents we had? What did they do besides Tubman? Toba, I thought was the best president during my time. I thought he was the best. But then when Doe came and Doe made superintendents that were not from Pastor, I thought, what the superintendent we had in Pastor, he was an army man, John Wakreku.
J.Y. Kriku, that's correct.
I thought he was the best superintendent.
Yep.
Okay, when I was in Banga, Charles was superintendent in Banga. He was not from Banga, but he was sent there. Harry Greaves from Pastor, but he was also superintendent in Banga. So for me, it's not that because you're from Pastor, you have to be, it's what you bring to the table. And I said, Madam, give me that opportunity and you will see. And what I did, being very creative and innovative, the role was terrible. With the on-mail there, UN, I took advantage of them. I continue to have programs that made Madam, you have to come. And every time she had to fly the helicopter, I said, you see it bad or the wind bad. You said that thing shaking. But if you fix the Basel rule, and people went and said, why did my face Basel and Basel, they didn't vote for her. I said, no, Basel is the second county in the Republic of Liberia. Grand Bassa has the second port in the Republic of Liberia. Grand Bassa County has the railroad that put Grand Bassa with Bom and Nimba. The revenue you can collect from Grand Bassa if that road is fixed. And she saw the need. And that was the first road from Cotton Tree to Buchanan. And people wonder why Lofa the bread basket was not done, but they didn't make an argument, the lawmakers. But I joined with the lawmakers of Bassa, and we made a petition to her, and she saw it, and that had that road got paved today. And because of that, I created the Domo Festival that everybody talking about Domo, Domo, Domo. Of course, the Bassa people used to eat Domo before, but not in that light. But I made it to bring the attention to what we could do with now it's a big thing now, everybody, tourism. You see the Farmington River, you see the Benson River, you see the St. John River, the three rivers that run into the Atlantic Ocean. And every one of those rivers have a distinct color. And you will see it pouring into the Atlantic Ocean. At the end of the day, you can sit in Edina, in Upper Buchanan. You can see the port of Buchanan. You can go to Bakoni, the fishing place where coconut grow automatically. So you see, we're trying to create the avenue for tourism to be able to support government revenue in Liberia, not just being a county. And that is just to say some of what we were able to achieve. We're working with people of like minds that share your vision, that share the view in making sure that Grand Bassa County remains the second county in the Republic of Liberia as we establish all these new counties and development. But you cannot leave Monserrado and Grand Bassa out. You know what? I tell people, Jerome and Peabody, Nyenwolo and Pewee, all are listening. Okay, other counties were developed. There is, since elections, we have not had a municipal elections. We have not had chieftaincy elections. We tried to do that. We tried when we had the constitution review that was headed by Councillor Gloria Musu-Scott. When it was time for the referendum, people opposed that. And in that referendum is that we go back to our constitution, that chieftaincy, you know how these chief guy in those positions they are now? Because of the war. Because of the war. So you go, the person that had the more gun and more food, they made them chief. You know how mayors, when Madam started appointing mayors, yeah, mayors are supposed to be elected. But all of that system got broken down because we have not had elections for mayor. Whenever it was time to do that through the referendum never got carried away. And I just want to say before I stop with my introduction, I know I'm talking a lot, but
the other introduction is
no. So you can, no, Pewee, you try. So I try to yeah. And I want my brother Peabody.
Yes, right.
People that Peabody that if I said he had not won that election, my brother not coming go back home.
That's right.
Who he raised.
Before
well, other offer number one district.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Pewee, go ahead, Pewee, real quick.
Go ahead, Pewee.
I just wanted to say to Pinge, the reason why I went on with the introduction was that I went through her history, right?
Yes.
So, and she set the basics very eloquently. And what we would love to see Pinge to do, I don't want you to rush into, because the introductory aspect, I don't want you to hit in where we're going to start asking you some important questions.
No problem.
What I want you to do, I want you to hold on a little bit. You know, I said to you, the Bassa people are strategic people. And they are to our heart, right? So I want you to hold on a little bit. We're gonna drive you to the necessary area. But
Yes.
I want to see us note and get Mr. Gayman. She set the basis, and it was part of the reason why I introduced her, because this is a woman that I got incredible respect for, right? And all of things. She said the base. So what we're gonna do now, we'll ask her to wrap her in at least 60 seconds. Then we set the basis to go into the debate.
No, notwithstanding, I'm still in Liberia. I'm still in Grand Bassa, and I'm still involved in politics. So I'm here trying to spend time with the children, even though they're always home during the Christmas season. That's when they come to Liberia. But but I will listen. I've said a little bit too much, but I'm here. Any questions, any concern, or things that are left out can be brought up. But again, I'm pleased to be on the platform with Peabody. I was looking for Sanvee, for Ben, but he's not there. I'm looking for others. But
Tomalin will soon come. He'll soon come on. Ben is in Liberia.
Okay.
All right. And he's watching.
He's watching. And yeah. Mr. Nyenwolo, somebody that I have a lot of respect for. Pewee and I know we come a long way, Sylvester. So I'm glad that you're still on, because most time I told my cousin Glenn was coming on, because she goes from one show to the other. Robert, the Bassa man, yeah, okay.
The Bassa player.
The platform, but I'm glad to be. Yes.
I'll say easy.
Okay, listen, guys. Before we go any further, I wanted to me, the two biggest accomplishments of JD, she left one out, is the community college.
Oh yeah, JD.
JD, before we go further, can you talk to us a little bit about the college, because you were the first to start a community college in the country?
And let me say, during 2005, Senator Finley was running. And at that time, a lot of the young people, we met at the attire shop. And they said to him, it's too hard to live in Monrovia if he could do a community college. And he promised them that. So as the senator at the time, we worked together and said that, look, I am the chief administrator for the county. I will go and negotiate with the people and we'll find the land. And once we find the land, then we'll go after the money later as to how we can start from a community college level. And we all agree, including all of the lawmakers. But that was put forth by Senator Milton Finley. So he put forth a bill. Once it was approved and signed to law, it was the duty for the rest of us to work along with him now to make sure that that dream came through. And so we took it to Madam President, and she said, yes, but you have a lot of work to do. And we ran with it. We negotiated. And before then, we went to all of the companies that were operating in the county. You have Asla Metal, you had the Liberia Agriculture Company, you had Equatorial Palm Oil. So with all of these companies, we had a joint meeting. I called a meeting. I said, look, our young people need jobs. We need to send them to school. If you need to hire people, what area you will need them in? What do we start training them in that we can incorporate into the community college so that they be trained by you and they be employable? Meta Steve says we need engineer, we need this driver, we need to do. Palm Bay said because we into oil producing too, we need engineers, we need agriculturalists. Okay, then you have BRE. They were doing a solar panel, they were doing a tree feeding and whatever, but that's how we got them involved. That okay, so if we start this college, you will give it your full support, and we'll train these young people. We'll look for professors that are trained with this capacity so our children can stay here and go to school and be less expensive for them and their parents. And that was the agreement. And because of that, we created the vacation job. I started a vacation job in the county and asked each company working in Bassa to hire no less than 30 persons. If you can do more, okay, but hire them so they can get the basic. We needed teachers to teach the college. What we did, we had a job fair, job career day. So we brought people, Sister Mary Lorraine, Dr. Tipote, we brought them to Buchanan. to educate our young people. So when you graduate from Pastor High School, from St. Peter Clever, you don't just say, I'm going to do business administration, or I'm going to do accounting. We had career days planned for them so that we had mentorship program that each person there would mentor these people, these young children, so that they could be able to transition. And yes, then we brought in people like Dr. Levi Zanga, people like Dr. Edward Dunn to help us put together the establishment of the Grand Bassa County Community College, while we secured 200 acres of land that the community college will be built on XYZ amount. 100 acres will go for agriculture that we have to sustain the college. Others will go to build a hospital because we need nurses too, because people say they need nurses. And that's how the formulation of the Grand Bassa County Community College started, that today now is to a university level. But yes, I want to say a big thank you to Senator Finlay and the lawmakers at the time, because if they did not agree, it would not have existed. But we worked together as a team and were able to convince them. And I tell you, that was good leadership on our part, that we're able to bring these people together to see the common good of our young people and older people. Most of our teachers that were volunteer teachers went back to school. They got their certificate. And let me say, Jerome, before I go after the college, that what we did, we established a relationship with the University of Liberia when Dr. Emmett Dennis was there. That when you graduated from Grand Bassa County Community College, you don't take an entrance, you had automatic entrance into the University of Liberia. So that was what we did with the college. Today it's a university.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, when I bring these people on, I like to sit back and listen, because you take notes. This is history. Let me welcome Mr. Deeks, CFI Deeks. I told you yesterday we got Deeks in Bassa, we got Deeks in Maryland, we got Deeks in Cape Mount, we got Deeks in Maryland. Welcome, Mr. Deeks. Can you hear me?
He muted.
Okay, while Deeks is doing his gadget, let's go around the table here. Mr. Nambe, your first crack at the question, insight, whatever it is, the guest is here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, your first two questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gilman. Madam Minister, again, thank you so much for joining us. I don't think we met before. I kind of observed you from a distance, and to be honest, your photos don't do you much justice. You look kind of demure in most of your photos, like really reserved. But you come on here, you're so affable, you're so easy to talk to. So it's really a pleasure to have you on. Even though we haven't met, but I feel you're kind of bond. You've been married 33 years. I've been married 33 years myself. So I kind of feel, kind of bond there with you. But let me ask you this. I know you work with the former President Johnson Sirleaf, and you're pretty close to her. You served in her government when this current president was also the vice president. I'm aware that she had some issues with the Unity Party, expelled at some point in time, and all that. I just I'm curious. Are you aware of this current president seeking the counsel of the vice president at any time at all, even though there may be some degree of separation between them?
Well, Mr. Nangwe, let me say to you, yes, I work with Madam Sirleaf for the 12 years, and our current president, President Joseph Boakai. I was an executive of the Unity Party. I served as chair for diaspora affairs. I was part of those that were expelled from the party.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I always have been referred to as daughter of Madam Sirleaf, and which I'm proud to be. You know, she had all boys, so if she wanted some girls, I have no problem being one of her daughters, because I think I started following her from the time I was in high school in Bassa, when ELTV was working in Buchanan, and she was at the Ministry of Finance. So this is somebody that I follow. And because of her, that's how I became a banker that I wanted to be. And every bank that Madam Sally worked with the exception of the World Bank, I work with those banks too. So she's been a mentor to me. She's still a mentor to me. And to be for a country of Liberia, we're going to celebrate 179 years. The first ever in Africa female president. I owe no regrets and no to do. And coming to a country after devastating war, and were able to stabilize it, give and take. There must have been some missteps in between, but yes, I'm proud to be. I was there, so I know President Bouaka very well. We interacted a lot of times whenever he went to Bassa, because let me tell you, for some reason, Peabody, Timothy George there, even though he doesn't say he's from Magibi, but you know Magibi came from Bassa. They were from Bassa. So Mr. Dix, all of them from Bassa. But I've followed the 15 counties, like I said before, come on, power soldier man. But Great Bassa County is the only county that never had a superintendent residence. From the establishment of the county, all the superintendents at the time live in their own homes. All the counties have superintendent residents that were built by government. Grand Bassa County is the only county that never had a presidential palace. You go to all of the other 14 counties, their presidential palace, wherever our past superintendent or past lawmakers did, because the late Morgan, he used to ride his yacht and fly his helicopter. Charles Williams stayed in his own house. Joshua Hammer stayed in his own house. Joseph Bayou. But there was never a superintendent compound. And so those are some of the things. So when President Bouaka, when he was VP, when he went to Bassa, he was accommodated at what I established as the superintendent compound, because that time we didn't have Hotel Buchanan, we didn't have decent places, but he became like a father figure to me too. Okay, so I know him very well, but because of politics, and I can tell you, when the Unity Party went to convention, and it was about time for Madame to step down, okay, and the party went to convention to elect who should be the next standard bearer for the party. Councillor Sherman at the time came to Unity Party as a standard bearer from Action Party. So the folks from Action Party thought automatically he should have been the next standard bearer. But then Madame said in her own word, I got one foot, but I would like for the next standard bearer to be my VP, Joseph Bouaka. And that brought a friction within the party. And then Councillor Sherman joined with all of them, and then everybody that were close to Manaseri coming in. We said the former Senator River G, Madina, we said, myself and others, we got ostracized from the party. As chairman of the diaspora affairs, what I brought attention in the diaspora for Unity Party, I was forced to run on a non-presidential candidate party ticket because they refused to allow me to run as a Unity partisan. But that doesn't take that away from me, because I'm a founding member, I'm a strong member, and after all said and done, to go back. But with his leadership now, we'll talk about that different. But yes, I'm very aware of him. I know him very well.
Thank you.
And he knows me.
Let me work.
Wait a minute. Okay, I'll pass on my second question. Go ahead, Ron. I'll come back to you.
Is Deeks back on?
And thank you for the answer, Madam Minister. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Mr. Deeks is back on.
I mean, are you there, Mr. Deeks?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you need to get rid of that button phone. Buy you a real iPhone.
That's a Deeks now. That Deeks there.
He's still on rotary phone.
No.
Deeks, welcome. Oh, there you go. Welcome, Mr. Deeks.
Thank you.
Let me welcome the chairman himself, Chief Tomalin George. Oh, there you go. Tomalin George, welcome, Chief.
I'm a barrow man.
Yeah, listen. I see you with your red on. I know you're here to fight. Blue and red.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to share the platform with Madam Julia Duncan Pinke Cassell, former Minister of Gender, former Surin of Grand Baza, and former President Mighty Barrow. It's good to share the platform, and I'm happy that she's here because there are a lot of questions we got to talk about the future of Liberian, especially Liberian women that have taken their coming, following after Man and Sally have exited the stage. So we have a lot of interactive engagement tonight. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Mr. Deeks?
Yeah, okay. I got a Mrs. Julia Duncan Cassell. Nice to see you.
You too, Mr. Deeks.
Okay, I've known Mrs. Julia Duncan Cassell for about 20 plus. Yeah, I met her in Northern California when my mom moved out there. So, okay, I got a question for you. So you serve as superintendent for Grand Bassa County, and I know probably during your days as superintendent, you work a lot with your county caucus, the legislative caucus. So now we have this local government act, I think that incorporated county council. I just want to know. I just want to know your opinion on it. Also, I mean, as a superintendent right now, the current superintendent, you think how they're going to juggle working with the county council and working with the legislative caucus?
Good question, Mr. Deeks. That is very concerning because when it comes to local government, local governance is my passion. I think the mistake most of our people make when they come to power, they try to redo everything. And they forget that 6 years is too short. A lot of work and a lot of effort by the United Nations and other partners went into organizing and establishing county development agenda and local government authority. And like I said, if we had had the municipal and chieftaincy elections, it would have addressed most of what is happening now with the county council. But because people are refusing to do that, they won't hold on to authority and have to do. That's why they're coming up with all these nomenclature. The county council was established during President George Myean's tenure. The constitution review was done. The referendum will have covered all of these things and will have forced government to have the municipal and chieftaincy elections where these people will be elected by the people and represent the people that the lawmakers do. But because they didn't want it, they put forth a referendum only to increase their tenure. And I can gladly say on this platform that I led the group of women called Liberian Women Can Lead to make sure that that referendum they were put into only to increase their tenure did not go through, because the time they decided to put it through was when it was the special senatorial elections. You cannot put something that has to do with our constitution into a by-election when no awareness, not sufficient awareness and education done to our people. To do a referendum, you have to give the people enough time so that they know what is happening to the constitution. It is the right. But all of a sudden, during the special senatorial election, you came out with referendum. And a group of activists led by the women of Liberia went around the country and educated our people not to vote, and that referendum died upon arrival. So now we are seeing, when we go back, we go into the current president, the referendum that was approved, the legislature have a right to look at it and let us put it back so that we can do the right thing and stop creating new chaos that will bring things. The Senate Council says that the people should elect the people. But when these people go to City Council, they send their office board, their partisans who voted for them, who know nothing about local government authority or how it's supposed to work, but because they want to give these people something to do. Okay, so there's a lot of issue going on. I know that the superintendents and the Minister of Internal Affairs was at the Capitol, but I think that the people on Internal Affairs in the legislature, both houses, need to sit down and review the City Council agreement, law that was passed. Law are making, they can be broken, they can be amended, and see where it's wrong and where it's right. Use their oversight authority instead of saying, oh, the superintendent want to take full control. You know, superintendent was supposed to be elected, but they kick against it. That if superintendents are elected, you as superintendent is supposed to be the governor for your county, but you cannot as superintendent go and negotiate outside for your county. It's only the lawmakers. And because they wanted that sole authority, they kick against that thing to elect superintendents. Now that they said the city council members are elected, and when they elected, they go into the various districts, the different communities, and what the people say, they bring it back. They represent the people, so allow them now to function because you passed the law. So why are you questioning it? Go and question your fellow lawmakers who agreed, who signed it, who allowed it to pass into law. It's in handbook. So why are you questioning them now? You should have done that when the bill was before you, when the law was before you. You don't do it after. You don't.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the
Mr. Diggs, I hope I answer your question. I have a lot of reservation for it, but I put it back on the lap of our lawmakers, not using the oversight, not overseeing these bills when they get before them. What are the consequences? What are the merits and demerits before they agree and sign it? And it gets to the president. President sign it, is printed into a handbill before it becomes a law. So you have a lot of time to correct the wrong. If you don't do it, it becomes a law. Abide by it until you put forth a new one.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the closing argument, we have our special guest, Honorable Julia Duncan Mapu Cassell. She's here, Pinky Cassell. She's here as our guest for the next hour or so. We're going to allow one question each, and then we go from there. Let me go to Pewee. Pewee, and after Pewee, we go to Mr. George.
Yeah, thank you. Deeply, I wouldn't today. I wouldn't take much of the time on this show, and that's why Mr. Gaiman, when I started the show first, I was going the Bassa way because we have predominantly Bassa folks on the show today.
Oh no!
But what I would do is I would take some time to just allow the madam to give her more detailed information about what she did in government, when she was in government, and her perspective about what is unfolding currently. So my question quickly to you, madam, is going to be, I'm going to use one stool to just kill two birds in my question. The first question is, I want you to, there's this news coming around about the port of the canal. You are superintendent of that county before, so you got detailed information about the county. There's this information about the port of the canal seeking some autonomy. There's a bill that was submitted to the president, but the president returned the bill to the legislature on highlighting certain point in the bill that he believed was based on the usurpation of functions. They're trying to usurp the function of the executive, and he highlighted then and sent back to the legislature. I want to know from you, madam, if you believe or agree with that bill to have the Port of Buchanan be an autonomous port from the Port of Monrovia that was then enacted in the 40s to be the free port of Monrovia. And the last portion of that question, I want you to briefly tell me who is Senator Milton Bezonga Finney? What kind of a politician is he? And what kind of a relationship is this between the both of you? Thank you.
It's very funny that you know. Why you asking me a question? You already got the answer.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, no somehow, but I want you
no
to
problem.
tell us.
Let me say to the first question as it relates to decentralization. When I was superintendent for Grand Bassa County, I became the president of the Superintendent Council of Liberia. So I was there. When it comes to decentralization, when we work on the county development agenda, those were some of the areas that we highlighted, that if autonomous were given to some of these things, the county would develop. After all these years with LAMCO leaving, I benefited from LAMCO vacation jobs. With LAMCO leaving, there's nothing we have to show for in Buchanan. With all that we have, there's nothing. But it comes with responsibility. It comes with law and order. Yes, the bill was put but the way it was passed. And I don't know if you had the chance to see the writings and in that bill, what they're referring to federal. Liberia is not a federal, we don't run federal country. It's not. So we'll cut and paste. I'm sorry to my lawmakers, to those who signed that. Okay, that first stick out. The second thing is looking at security. If you want a port to be autonomous, what are we doing to train our people from Magibi to River Cess that benefit from that port to be able to get jobs with the port? You say we create jobs, but how are you training them? How are you preparing them that if this thing is passed, the president did not veto the whole bill, but he highlighted areas of concern that were concerned to me, that are glad he was able to do that and send it back to them and say, review it. You say you want board members, but you want the board members to come from Monrovia? Then what autonomous is in there? What is the autonomous? Okay, you got people from these various counties. The board members don't have to come to Bassa, because for growth, for improvement, you need diversity. So you got Liberians, you got people from Bassa, from Magibi, from River Cess that are in the diaspora. So you put it out there. You don't come in a blanket form and say that the board will consist of 11 persons and the 11 persons will be seated in Monrovia. Is that decentralization? Currently, we have what's called the service center in Liberia. That was done during Manaseli and Joe. We had took it over, now it's there. The service center is there to serve people with the land authority, with the land revenue, with birth certificate, but they skipped over Bassa for passport. They went to the other county. I get problem with it, but our lawmaker, they didn't see that one. So when we make the put authority, but anyway, we're talking about passport issue. But that my argument with the bill is that it need more work. It need to come to the people. We never had a citizen meeting in Bassa to say, this is what we are posting. What is your objection? What is your proposal? What do you think about it? When we do the port, if we decentralize it, you will get jobs. There'll be a lot of jobs. Yeah, we got the scrap there was supposed to create jobs. They didn't tell how the scrap money went. We got what the mineral the people want again. They say we'll create jobs. We haven't seen one job yet. So come back to the people and say, look, this is what we want to do. I might agree or disagree with your part. Can we discuss it so you all know that when we pass the law, what we're doing, what you put inside can be inside? I think the law will pull the rating. I think the intention is good. I think it's very good. I support the intention, but I think the framer of that law needs to go back. And they need to engage the stakeholders, which are the citizens of the county, to ensure that they do the right thing, that all of the laws they have passed, our lawmakers they have passed, all the agreement, what we got problem with Metals today, why they get problem with B Mountain, why they get problem with LAC, because they didn't do their homework. You're entitled to 16 staffers. How many of your staffers are researchers? You award those positions to partisans because they supported you. You are supposed to put technicians. You are supposed to put people who are knowledgeable. I can tell you, I'm not boasting. Why I was successful is because my professor used to say, when you want to be a good person, surround yourself with people who know more than you, who can argue with you, who can disagree and agree with you. So that is my take on that. I agree with the decentralization because those things were in the works from 2006. And we need to start building on it, but it needs to be done properly so that we can keep going and reviewing Metals Tea, reviewing Liberia Agricultural Company, reviewing Firestone, because the same people will pass the law when they first start working on it, they call the people to answer questions. But if we do it right, Pewee, we won't have to go back to it.
Thank you. Let me go to
the last question, but she didn't hit the last aspect of it. The question.
Oh, that's not that.
Yes. Besangar is her brother. What else you want to know?
Besangar, Milton Finlay, it's family. But, sometimes your teeth and your tongue can fall off, right? We work together. We achieved a lot together. But when Unity Party decided to join the, what they call it? What a party? Group of them.
Oh,
The
ANC,
rescue team?
Liberty Party.
Oh, CPP. CPP.
Yes.
Okay. We approached President and said, look, because I support women in leadership. I think women should be at the table. I think women should be at the legislature. So President, since you didn't win those one, leave it. Come prepare. Jonathan Capital, you or come let prepare you for the next one. But I will go with CPP because I'm a member of Unity Party. And not only that, but because I'm a woman leader, I will support Senator Kanga. I will not support you. And so because of my belief, and I want a woman, okay, because she was there, we had Basa, was one of the few counties that had a woman representative and a female senator. So we should let it go. I went to Bakolu for Botokane, where I knew from nowhere. I slept in a dense forest to ensure that she got her seat, the way the people treated her. Okay, so I will support Yombli Kanga, not because I'm from not Liberty Party, sir, and not because but because I wanted a woman to be in her seat. So I gave my support to Senator Kanga, and not only she won, now she became pro tem. Okay, I think that's a plus for Basa. But he waited and he ran and he won. But my brother still holding that against him, but no problem. We're fixing it.
And I see, you are saying that you didn't answer. You see what I you say you going there. So I wanted to know. You see where I'm coming from, right? So I don't think he should hold it against you. If not, I'm gonna call him. I said no, Senator.
Yeah, call him. Call him.
Yeah, you should hold it against you.
Oh, but
we meet him time to carry on.
Yeah, but Piggy, I thought we don't smoke that peace pie. Thank you for bringing it up. Hey, King George, your turn.
We do my people.
Yes, again, let me say thanks again to Madam Kessel for coming on the show, and it's a pleasure to have her. I mean, also before I forget, thank her for her service to our country, and for her to still be engaged in the process. But I would just, let me first, Madam Kessel, are you a member of any party right now? Political party?
My own party. I never resigned from Unity Party. So in my blood, I'm Unity Party. So you won't get me to MCC or what party now? No.
When I daughter go expel you.
But they expel you. They said they don't want you there. We want you.
No, they brought us back. After all the brought us back, I haven't been active. But then this going election where I participated in because of the rescue team. And I decided to support Charlene since she was running as vice president with ANC. So I go where women are going for the higher position. So I was cast out too by Senator Kanga that I supported. When I supported somebody against me that they put on United Party ticket. So I went independent. But I hold no grudge. I hold nothing. They made their choices. So I'm not no member party, I'm not United Party yet for now.
Okay, so and quickly, okay, Madam Salif, she set the stage, she has left the stage, she exited the stage, she's not. So today, when we talk about the female in our country that's on the political stage, people will first thing they will say right now the highest female now is Madam Kanga Lawrence, and you have the recently senatorial candidate for Nimba, Madam Gongloe, and then Charlie, who just contested for the ANC for the CPP ticket, and so forth. But honestly, I was shocked. Listen to you for the last 30, 45 minutes. I'm shocked that you are all done all these positive vibes you have, but you have been silent. You have been silent for a long time. A lot of national news have come across.
Hey guys, let us mute, please. Somebody, there you go.
Like for instance, during the speaker crisis with the speaker removed Fonati, you were silent. During the 10-year position, all this stuff that you guys put in place during Madam Salif's time, you were silent on most of the issues. But now I think today you're breaking your silence because honestly, you have broke a lot of news today, perhaps. But with that being said, Madam Salif left the stage. Are you going to play a more active role now to be vocal on issues of national concern, to be outspoken, regardless of whoever side it comes on?
Yeah, let me tell you, Timothy, sometimes You have to sit aside and listen and know your surroundings. And I haven't been silent. I am on Inside the Media. It's a local show in Buchanan every Saturday morning. It's headed by Magic FM, the CEO, Christopher. So I am an analyst, and I prefer to do that because then the message is going out to the people in Bassa, Riverside, and Magibi. That most of these are other national platforms, which I must admit that I was on Spoon once ago, and that time Peabody was still there. But I'm not silent as you think. I like to play the leadership role, especially when it comes to issues. I give advices. I support from behind, because sometimes you want to know all the sizes because everybody don't come with the same messages. I've learned a lot from people's behavior. I learned a lot from what people say and what they mean. So I take you from there and I decide which my pastor, not every fight you can win. You choose your battle. I choose my battle. And the ones that I know I will go after, that I will win. The ones that I can't win, I look for like-minded people and I see how I can contribute to it. The issue with the speakership, for Nati, it's like a little brother to me. For Nati's sister, for Nati, my brothers. But my disappointment with Fonati, he was there in the legislature for 6 years as deputy speaker. What law did he perform? What law did he reform? Law, when you go to that place, you're supposed to look at the laws and redo them. He knew that they had a house law. He knew there was something wrong with that law today. He didn't know that before. I didn't say what they did was right, but I'm saying that when you get into those positions, you don't let your guard down. You go and start reviewing those laws that are on book and come out with suggestions and I get to bring them that will be in consistent with what is happening to local time. The house rules are there. The house rules are there. They were there when he became deputy speaker. They were there when he became speaker. So why should it change after they want to move him? Did he do anything to change the house rules? So I kept silent because I didn't think who were coming in and the manner in which they were going. But because majority or the majority black was supported, you have to know governance and government and how government work and function, especially in our country. And if you are living there, Timothy, that you go in, you can't Timothy. But if you are living there, when it comes to your own security and how you feel about things, I mean, I fear no fool. I'm a Scorpion. Me and I said he was Scorpion. Now I'm a mama. So danger is my business. But I'm saying I picked my battle and I felt that with one battle that I will remain silent but work from the back to make sure that peace and security prevail in our country. And that was my choice on that whole speaker issue.
Wow. Let me just squeeze one quickly. Madam Cancel, you supported Boto Kane. I remember during her rise to the Senate, you also put her. But to me, many people believe she had a big disappointment. And now, today too, you have, you also work in the government where President Boga served as vice president, and number two. And then, what's your can you just tell the Liberian people listening to you across the world, what's your take the performance of Madam Yombi Kanga as pro tem at this point and President Boga as president of Liberia? What's your take on the two of them? These are people that you work with and you supported. What's your take on them for the Liberian people to listen to you? How you the work she has done, she's doing, and President Boga also?
Timothy,
yes.
You started off with Madam Boto Kane.
Yeah.
Madam Boto Kane was ill-treated. Her brother today, who they just made associate justice, was beaten. He was sent to the hospital by her. Boto Kane, they brought the devil on her. You know, you got Bobo lawmaker men sitting down in the Senate. So if we wanted women in the Senate, you cannot be talking about development with our mothers and wives at the table. You cannot be deciding for us with all us at the table. Yes, she might be quiet because she doesn't know how to do, but when she gets out, she got advisors, she got people. You got all the 30 men in there. You think all of them can speak every time in the Senate? Go look at the Senate. So why you pick on her because she can't? She talks. She makes her point known. And she make it known through other channels. Everybody is not vocal that Gia Duncan Cassell. She has her own way of dealing with her issues. So when something that has to do with women and children, for me to go to her and say, Madam, this is what area want you to push in. Everybody not popular speaker. But the fact that she has a seat at the table, you know how many women she represents? The men at that table. What do? You got half of them, Bobo. They're sleeping in the seats there. So to have a woman and for her to be categorized in that category, that is not fair. That is not fair. They used to do that on Mary when she was in the House of Representatives. There are a lot of other women. They did that when, well, the Mema Dix was running to be deputy speaker. They forced her and they silenced her. Why? Why should we have all men? Our country was not just made by men, it was made by both men and women. So decisions should be made by men and women. She got her thing, Botokane, got most of the most well-learned brothers. And most of them are all lawyers. And they're assisting her. So by her not being vocal and pointing fingers and throwing rock and throwing water at the friends in the Senate, that doesn't make her quiet. She has her own strength. So I just want you all to understand that. Yes, we lobby for her because that is who we are. Wanting to see more women in the legislature that would put for the issue of children, women, and health, education. If you look at the number of scholarships that are given out every year by lawmakers, 95% are for male. Only 2% are given to female. Is that right? Yeah, no. Okay.
President. Just work out performance.
Let me come here with my question.
Let me finish with Tomalin. Go ahead. The pro tem and the president.
The fact that she's from our county, the fact that she's a female, the second after Grace Minor, she's holding that position. She's working with a lot of factors, okay, that she has around her, that she has to be able to accept. There are some decisions that are made that I think are questionable, and there is a lot that I think is laudable. So I think she's there for 9 years. She's the pro tem now. We all need to rally around her. She needs to open up so that we can continue to guide her and protect her so that she can continue in that seat. But other than that, I think she's doing pretty good, but she could be doing better. And
that's the base of solidarity.
Yeah, not only that, the women too. Women's solidarity.
Yeah, women's solidarity and base of solidarity.
And she refers to me as a big sister. So as a big sister, I see that. Yes, there will be here and there because sometimes you know what the straw a leader is the people around them. So if they don't advise you right, and you go and take it without seeking second advice.
So from 1 to 10, what grade?
That's not your question, that Pewee. That was the main question.
Yeah, now why you saying that? I just want you to end it up with from 1 to 10.
Listen,
let me come in now.
You didn't give me no number, so.
Let me come in now.
President Boaka, look, when you first get there, I remember when after the elections, but before inauguration, Madam Salif, the second round, when we're going against CDC, there were times that we sat and burned candles and left at midnight, putting the team together, the government together, because we said we knew what happened the first round and we're not going to let it happen. We were going to win, so we'll be prepared. We didn't want to go in blindfolded. I think that was the step that the vice president made at that time as stand-up bearer of the party, working with the people. They were so excited and they were not paying attention to details. When they start naming all these people that they brought on board with the rescue team, you know, when you phony political marriages. You make concessions to accommodate. But in accommodating these people, you have to critique. You have to have your own team, because at the end of the day, it's going to be about you and not them. I think some steps were missed along the way. But notwithstanding, I think they are picking up now. They are catching that. So the president is doing what he needs to do. And the president appoints people to positions that need to be able to do what they are supposed to do. And what we used to do, Madam Salif, there were data summaries every day for every line ministry and agency on the import and the export, what you plan to do, what you're going to do the next day. Weekly, all of the newspapers, all of the major news, there were summaries that were delivered to her, and she would sit down and read it. And she'll put a check. Were you happy? She just at me. She don't take nothing for nothing. She'll call you. Julia, what is happening? They say you got it, the women in the street. I say, yes, madam, we just heard about it, but we're going to address it. But because she's already know. So people shouldn't wait for things to happen before they inform the president. So on a scale of 1 to 10, we go into the second year. I would say the president has gotten to the point where he has 7.75%. And I'm sure before the end of this year, he will reach to 8 and go up to 9, 10.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before I go to Dr. Peabody, if you are from the Unity Party and you are around the president, you remember the president said he doesn't listen to podcast, he doesn't listen to the news, he doesn't read the news. You need to tell him this is how government is run. You got to have your ears open. Dr. Peabody.
All right, everybody, I'll ask 3, 4
Dr.
questions.
Peabody, our pastor, so he will be very, very,
Give me chance. Everybody add a 3, 4 questions. So give me chance.
Just tell your own. Tell your own.
Oliver Duncan, it's so good to see you. So good to see you again, and we thank you for taking up your busy schedule to be on the show and dissecting a lot of issues. But let me bring you back home to Grand Bassa County. My question has to do with the health sector ambassador. And Sylvester would not like it. Maybe Mrs. Duncan may not like it. Western guy was there at President Pro Term. You guys were very influential in the government. Why is it that our health sector remain in such a deplorable condition?
very, very good. It hurts my heart every day. As superintendent of the county, the late Charles Williams, before he died, he came to me at the administrative building, and he said to me, Madam Soup, I'm not coming back to this office anymore until, because, you know, right at the administrative building, there were a grave site where they buried some unknown people there, rebel there, to move it from there. And we did. He said the fairground, the first agricultural fair in the Republic of Liberia was held in Grand Bassa County. I purchased that land from the Logan family, 200 acres. You need to reclaim all of it if you can. Because I see that how the Doris Williams Sports Stadium was built, that how the fairground was built to host the agricultural fair. He said, and when Joseph Bayou was here, Doe wanted to build a presidential palace and land to the Four Houses Way, going to where the college is. They started the foundation and never finished it. It needs to be finished. He listed a lot of things to me. And I said, yes, the government hospital. He said, I was hoping, I told the people they shouldn't put roof, they should leave it to go up and up, you know, cast the top and so it could go up the bill. He said, but there's a need for a new one. When Western guy was running, he promised that he had people, when he's elected, they were going to build the 50-bedroom hospital. Metal Steel agreement, and that's why I hold our lawmakers. You know, I got bad record of Metal Steel. I don't care what they say because I jailed one of the high-power profile employee. I had him go to Upper Buchanan jail because of the way he was treating the Liberians that were working with him. And I had him deported, Robert Ferguson. He was an American. And he thought he was all that. He would spit on the people, the women that were cooking for him. He took the drawer, he tied the drawer to the car and was pulling the drawer. And the people brought a report. When I decided to have him arrested, and they get him money, they came to me. I said, no, you order your hand now with me. But notwithstanding, I'm seeing the hospital has been an issue. But as administrator, you can do it all. It was before then, it were promises made. We allocated 50 acres of land to New Buchanan. And the reason why I decided to name that place New Buchanan because of the erosion at the time. And we're working with UNTP and others to stop. I grew up in Big Fanti Town, and the sea was eating up this of the ants. And that's how we came with UNTP to start stop the thing. And we told the people, instead of building here, let's move to a drier land, which will by own your own and all those places, and that's how people start moving on that end. And we allocated 50 acres of land to build a hospital, a modern hospital. We also, today, you go to the Ministry of Education, have an office there, modern office there on that side. We gave place to NTA for other places. But what happened, I left and became minister, and there have been 5 other superintendents after me. And people go, the documents are there. They don't read what is there. They want to start something new. If they had just continued, after me was a Widow Cooper on that platform of building the hospital because the college was already built. Then you had Levi Dima, who ambassador now in Europe. They didn't pay attention to that. Then you had John Garguah. The president, we went there, he said, you're going to build 50-bedroom hospital. Methodist said this. Methodist can't even run their own hospital. It's like a clinic. The government hospital, the generator have burned so many times. They fire there all the time. There's no place for expansion. So we got these lawmakers. When you there as the county, it was different. I allocated the land with the county authority. So for the building of it now, there was a design plan. I went to Basa. I went and saw what was being built. It's not even built for a clinic for modern day hospital because the first design that the designer did, and they took it from AR or Chutney and put it up, but now they have taken it down because what they are building is not what they presented to the people, but they're still allowing them to do it is all to do. But to me, the place the government hospital is, if we can refurbish it, why are we building something modern? Why are we building what they're building there? I question it every day. Every day. The same way the community college, you made it a university when you don't have all the facility that will accommodate university. Why did they approve that bill? Gosh. I say it all the time when I'm on the air in Buchanan. Why? Our lawmaker approved that bill. What is the oversight to make sure that education ministry know that one of the first community college is up to standard? You see all the $1 million schools they're building. Basa High School is one of the oldest schools besides Tomalin in the Republic of Liberia. If not for the alumni in the diaspora, that school would have fallen apart. The assistance that they are giving, go see, you get a school $24,000 Liberian dollar. You close Veti school down. All the students from there are transferred to Basa High. Now, 15 library, then you say you're building a SAM laboratory on the fairground. This is a government institution where lawyers, doctors, professionals graduated from. The hospital is a big thing, Doc. I agree with you. I'm sorry I started it with the land acquisition, but the building of it, I was not part of it. But I still got a voice as an eminent citizen of that county, and we'll keep pushing it until the people of that county get what they need to get. That's a referral hospital. Our Honorable Matthew Joe is the direct representative of that district. That should have been his priority. That should have been his priority. The senator, the 2 senators live in Buchanan. If something were to happen to them before they rush them to Monrovia anywhere, they should have a place to go. They should have a place to go, so they should make that a priority. The hospital, the schools.
Thank you. Robert Garguah, welcome. Your quick question to your Basa people, you're everywhere. What's going on? Your question to the Honorable
That's true.
There are plenty.
Thank you, Miss Duncan Cassell. Thank you so much for being here with us today, and thank you for interacting with us. I think this is my, if recollection served me right, this is my second time interacting with you. But I have a question, and I've been wanting to ask these questions specifically to you, given the role that you play as former Minister of Gender, Children, and Social Protection. In 2019, the U.S.-based charity-run organization, More Than Me, founder Kitty Marley, I'm not sure if I'm saying the last name right, was involved in this scandal with regards to 8 young girls falling victim of rape and other abuses on the campus. More Than Me was awarded, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 18 schools, government schools, which were subsidized. I'm not sure what the dollar amount, but in addition to that, she also made millions of dollars in fundraising with that school. And you know better than I do, but just to put a background to this for listeners, those girls that attended More Than Me were supposedly street girls who were being shielded, who were being protected from abuse, children abuse, rape in that school, and afforded the opportunity for higher learning. Well, as the story goes, I think ProPublica released a detailed report, and as we all know now, 11 of those girls who were supposed to be protected at More Than Me were raped and abused. The records show that I think you said you received, I'm not sure who did, but there was a communication at the time received from the Ministry of Gender. How well versed are you on this topic? Because More Than Me was a charity organization that operated many years under the Ellen Johnson-led administration. Until 2019 when they closed its doors. Do you think that, I'm not sure, I'll give you the opportunity to respond to that based on how well knowledgeable were you on this case. But I've been wanting to ask you this particular question. As a former Minister of Gender and Children Protection, do you think that you guys failed those girls? And if actions would have been taken earlier to protect them, if we had scrutinized adequately these foreign organizations, that those young girls would have been protected?
Good question, Robert, and good to see you with you again. Let me say to you, and let me say for the public, when I took over as minister, the ministry then was Gender and Development. It was Gender and Development. And development men were working closely with the Ministry of Planning and Finance. But being that my love for children and women protection and all, working with partners, that ministry was transformed to Gender, Children, and Social Protection. Because in the past, our Liberian children were scattered. They had no specific ministry. And we had just passed the children law that a child is someone from 0 to 18, or adolescent is someone from 12 to 18 or above, depending, and a youth. But the youth age, because of the war and all with the UN, they decided that the youth would go up to 34. Even though we have some argument, the youth 34-year-old, but they got more children than the adult. But we wanted to set the standard for what is considered a child, what is considered an adolescent, and what is considered an adult. Okay? And so the ministry came from Gender and Development to Gender, Children, and Social Protection, where all the activities that had to do with children came under one ministry. All of the activities that had to do with social development, reaching out to the needed, came out of that ministry during our time. We puffered that bill. It was passed. It was signed to handbook, and that how the ministry became to do. I took office at that ministry in 2017. I am aware of what's her name from More Than Me. I forgot her name very well because
Kitty Marla.
Before Kitty founded her foundation, Kitty had worked with ELWA. She had worked with a lot of NGOs, and like many others of them, when they come to start with all the NGOs, they get involved with our Liberian brothers. They don't want to go back. They go from one NGO to the next. Kitty had been with a lot of different NGOs. So she knew the in and out of Liberia. But her strength was in mobilizing fund. I used to work for Citibank and Chase Manhattan Bank for a long time, and they put up this proposal. And Katie won this proposal that she took pictures of children in Liberia that she was going home to help the less fortunate girls, and she was going to focus on girls. At the time, Grace Bond was superintendent for Monserrato, Mary Bro was at GSA, Dowa Jara was at procurement. And so she selected key people to be on her board. And these were people that were her board members. Okay? But then she got involved with the Liberian community at an extent where they just took her that, oh, she was one of us. And who she had teaching these children were Liberians. They were not foreigners, she was the only foreign person. And she didn't consider herself a foreign person anymore. But you had Liberian teachers, male and female. And the men who molested these children were her father, was a Liberian person. It was a Liberian, it was not a stranger. And it happened when the news broke. It was just the time for the 2017 elections. Okay? And I was running to be representative. And according to the law, I had to leave my job, okay, because I couldn't be minister and go be candidate. And so there was somebody that was acting, and Madam appointed acting. But I'm seeing this to say it was carried before her board. If people were arrested, people were put in jail. I didn't have to be minister to follow the case, but I followed the case. Most of the cases that we lost in Liberia is not because of the expatriate. It's because of ourselves. The same people, these girls were street girls on Ashmont Street, the school. In fact, we wanted to give her the money. I told her to give us a breakdown of how that money was going to be used.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And she said she didn't owe authority to the government, she owed it to her board. But she needed to supply because you're working with Liberian children. Okay? We gave her land to build a place in Bento. Because you can't say you want to take the gas then off the street and get around on Ashmont Street. Go, we have land here. Come and build a girls' dormitory, a girls' school. And that was the project that she was supposed to do with some of that money. But we left the scene. And when these cases happened, the guy arrested and put to jail. And how did he get to jail? From some of the stories that we heard after talking to those women that were the matrons, that were the caretakers, that they used to give them some of the money. And when he stopped giving them the money, that's how one of them became whistleblower. Okay, so now you're ready to go to court or justice to testify? They said no, they will not do it. So it is not the expatriate that make the people get up. We had similar situation at what a place in Cinco by the National Salvation Army. And there was a case with Lydia Sherman, who was the deputy minister for children in Semeko, with the Garguah, the proprietor he was from Freetown. But they had this whole center there too, and incident went on there. And he was able to escape the country. How you think he left? By our Liberians. So when our own people are not equipped enough and they allow these things to happen, it's not the government. People escape the country. How they go, how they go. You got immigration, you got security, you got police. By the time you call the people to go to court, you can't find them. But they didn't do it by themselves. They left because our people aided and abetted them in the act. But as Sando said, these children, yes, they should have been protected. But at the time, Pisota became the minister, and instead of focusing on how to help the girls that were sodomized, let me tell you, Robert, when I was minister, Palatua Mission. We had the U.S. Embassy because our first place was built before by the former ambassador during Torgbean time. We renovated it. We had it for 200 beds where we took students from Bapolu, from Lofa, from Nimba, and Bom, and we sent them there on boarding school. We had Bomble Mission. We had over 40 students, girls, we took from the various counties to go to good school. We made connection with Rex Institute. We gave every school was getting $200,000 that were funded by the EU, by the Norwegian, that these girls were taken care of because when we get them off the street, we don't take them back. We renovated the YWCA. All of those facilities were broken down when this government came to power. Go to see Palatua. That my disappointment with Vice President and Joel Howard is in her county. You know how many times I went to Joel to ensure that our dormitory would remain open and that those girls were protected. I went as far as Cuttington. The woman that was the dean of Cuttington is a graduate from Palatua. I took her from there and paid her good money so she could be matron at Palatua. Rex Institute, all the girls that went to Rex, they all graduated, they all with master's degree today. Bomble Mission is closed down today because after we left, there was no support to Bomble Mission. Bomble is the only all-girls institute. Go to YWCA now. Why used to come from Basel? They used to care us to the YWCA before we go for programs. I said, no, we renovated YWCA. We used to take those girls off the street. All those programs, they shut them down. So where will you take these girls? Where? They were after we left. But during our time, the ones that we took off the street, the ones that were not even in the street to avoid them, once the parents agreed from FGM and other ritualistic activities, we were able to put them on mission schools, schools that our own children need go to. Rex Institute put them in. That's what we did for girls. So did we do the girls wrong? Yes. The last government under Jowea, because they were not informing him of what they needed to do. They let those girls down. It was under them that they got the girls and they knew the situation of the girls. So not our time. We had left it.
Thank you. Let me.
No, 1 minute. I'll come back to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are really running against time here. We're getting a lot of information. Let's make the questions short. Yes. Mr. Deeks.
So are we asking only one question each?
Yeah, one question at a time. Yes, Mr. Deeks.
But that Robert, Mr.
No, it's okay.
We're coming back.
One more question around the court. One more question. One more round. Yeah.
It's okay. I like to respect.
Mr. Deeks.
Let it man go ahead. It's okay.
Okay, yeah, I got this one question. So I'm going to go back to this port bill and decentralization. So what will you tell people like us who feel that this whole port bill and this whole decentralization is like dismantling of the nation state? I'm saying that because these ports are national assets, but it seems that these bills are taking the national asset and assigning it to the counties. So I don't look at it as decentralization. I'm looking at it as taking, because then what's next? So we got ArcelorMittal coming off for MDA. So what if the Nima caucus say, if you're going to get it put up Buchanan to Grand Bassa County, then we got to take Montgomery. Then the people in Cape Mount would say, well, or Beat Mountain is for us, because if you can give a state asset to one county, so what stop you from giving another asset? What stop another county from demanding state assets? Because I look at decentralization as something that's bringing services to the people. So let's look at like real estate taxes. So if we call it real estate taxes in Grand Bassa County, the county should take 60% of that money. It shouldn't go to central government, then the superintendent go beg for it. So what do you think about that?
Mr. Dix, I share your view. And the government of Liberia need to know that property as such, that the Wologisi Mountain, the Nima Mountain, the port, all the ports, those are owned by the country. Yes, because they are in a specific area, you have some legality to it, but not to claim it. It belongs to the county, okay? So We need to go back now as citizens and talk to our lawmakers. All of us on the platform today have people in the legislature to look at that. For me, look at security. Look at the national port itself. Look at it. Instead of building up that port, security, with human trafficking, with drugs coming in the country, our ports are poorer. The port of Monrovia, the port of the Rawas International Airport. If we don't do that with trafficking, with drug investment, how will we do it for the other counties? Do we have enough security to man them? If you say you're giving it to the investors, it's not written in a document what percentage will go to the investors, what percentage will go to national government, what percentage will go to the county. Those things are supposed to be stipulated. I'm totally for decentralization, but you say to decentralize a property that belongs to the country, even though maybe other people from other counties will be allowed to work there, but you can't just say that you will decentralize national resources. So they need to go back and look at it thoroughly and bring it to the people, give it to other actors, let them look at it and come in with their own opinion and idea about it. But I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. They put on Monrovia right now with security-wise. You go, you can't get your container on time. You go, your container have been open. You go, you see drugs coming in from this airport. River says, Basa, they come, they get from the port, they take the kino, they go. You see the people that you see some women there with drugs. You saw all the women that just arrested in the last few days. How are we preparing securities? How are we preparing the system? Before we say one, decentralized, we should have something in place. Let's see the other things that we decentralize. How are they working? Are they functioning? Are they up to standard LRA? When they say, look, if Grand Bassa County collect the amount of taxes, this percentage will go to the county. We got yet to see it. And they made a statement. They congratulated Bassa 2 years ago for the kind of revenue they collected.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nyenwolo, you've been a while. You have not said anything. I know you enjoy my sister. You love the Bassa woman.
You know, speaking like a real Bassa man, I'm really enjoying myself. And Madam Minister, look, I understand your diplomatic tune, you know, towards this current government. I mean, you said things like Yombi Kanga is doing well, she could do better. You talked about Boto Kane, what she's doing, you know, and all of that. But let me ask you this, and I get it if you will be diplomatic with this. It is under your government, the government of the former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, that the salary of a minister went from an average of $2,400 a month to about $7,500 a month. Today, we are hearing that the wage bill and other benefits are consuming almost 90% of the budget. 90% by 88 to be more accurate. So that leaves us about 12% to do almost all the other things that have to be done. On top of that, the current vice president is proposing creating additional seats to accommodate women in the legislature, which we believe is going to further burden, the wage bill. What is your position on this? How do you propose we tackle this problem where we have so much of the budget just going to salaries and benefits? And some in the government, in the legislature, have openly declared that they believe they're not even being paid enough. So we have this problem, and now there seems to be attempts to even create more positions. You talked about the port bill, which is being proposed to recruit at least 9 members per board, which we think is going to go through anyway. I mean, you acknowledge that the president basically just sent it back for correction and all of that. And, do you have any suggestion, any thoughts on this at all? How do we tackle this wage bill problem that seems to be burdening us so much?
Let me say this, Mr. Nyenwolo. I work as a superintendent And I think that was one of my best time. I enjoy giving back to my people. If I tell you, in my safe, I still have my first paycheck I got as superintendent was $50. I never cashed that check. 50 United States dollar and 2,000 LD as superintendent of Grand Bassa County. Okay, but I not like others. I didn't go there. I went there because I was passionate about seeing my county move forward. Okay, when I became minister, our ministers were then getting $600. You know why a lot of people run to be senator and representative, not to go change their lives and the livelihood of our people, but to go get money. You ran and you win, but because you are there for 6 years, you still getting benefit. Government taxes, they pin you that they cannot law what people pass. Okay, representative, they pay for your laundry, they pay for your housing, they pay 16 staffer for you in the office, they pay for your husband, they get you car, they get you medical bill, you sick, they send you, you die, they get you $30,000 for funeral. When you are appointed as minister by the president, according to them, Social Security you even get, medical you don't get a minister. No medical bill, no dental bill, no insurance, because they say they can move you. I served government for 12 years. There was a bill put to them that even if you serve for 3 years, the more you go up, they could do it by increment, you know, that you serve this time. Nothing to that. So if I sick, that my husband, my children, they can put together to send me hospital. But the lawmakers who are supposed to be doing law to protect the people get all of the benefits and more. So during that time, and Madam Salif and the Minister of Planning at that time with Dr. McIntyre and a group of them with partners sat down. Okay, let me tell you, besides, Finance Ministry was the first to reform and they added planning to it. Pewee will correct me. The next ministry was Foreign Affairs. Then I pushed because of my own connection of people to make gender. Gender was one of was the third ministry for reform, and it was one of the largest. It's one of the largest ministry today. We carried the social cash debt as a whole department by itself. We carried adolescent girls unit, the children department, the disability. People keep complaining they ain't got to eat because I would think, Madam Salif, there was no first lady or first gentleman. So anything that had to do with people with disability, even though they had a commission, was sent to the ministry agenda because of disability, people with disability. So those people were cared for. But coming back to the salary issue, somebody with a master's degree, go make $600, then what you think you will not get corrupt? So based on your evaluation, when they reconstructed the ministries, they were doing it ministry by ministry. That's how people were getting on there. Instead of consultant in the previous, everybody was consultant. You on government payroll, you are still consultant. So they said, no, let's cut down the consultancy and let's pay good wages. Okay, civil service can get this amount, no more than $300, depending on upward. And minister, as deputy minister, assistant minister, because there are no medical benefits, there are no dental benefit, there are no. Civil servant can get Social Security. You can. If they fire you, you go, you got nothing to show for it. And that's why people keep talking about corruption. So to avoid some of that, they came. Then the other people came, they say, the very same finance minister, Norris, Samuel Twe, was a consultant to Amara Kone, to Garguah, and to Dr. Colley at finance ministry, Pewee there. When you did that, then you came to power, the main finance minister, you say, you're going to harmonize. When you were there, and you're the one did a proposal to give people the leverage to be compensated based on their credentials and their work ability. Then you came now, you cut it down because you wanted to hire more people. But you disenfranchise them, create more jobs. More people go into the government sector now because they think that they can get money from. When you talk about corruption, so it will happen there. Because you cut the people from making $2,000 a month. Okay, yeah, if you get gas slip, I think my gas slip ever went more than $100 because everything is in a short for in the budget. But the lawmakers then now who approve all of these things, we send a thing to them. We drafted the Superintendent Council to empower these people so that they get a void of all these things. the salary was there, not salary, the benefits to be put on some medical assistant. They deny it, but they own it. Minister die, government can go in the caucus to bury them, but lawmaker die is automatically approved, $30,000 straight. So when you hear people talking about a bill cutting it because people wanted to accommodate a lot more people, not with the capacity to work, but to say you help them. So you bring them in. And you get up in the morning, you can't even go in your office because you got to pay about 2,000 people before you can reach to your office. Then you ask, what are you doing here? They say, oh, and they pay or they send out people, so much. You must hire 10%, you must hire 30%. So how will you get paid? And you got to take it from Peter to get to Paul. And that's why the wage bill cannot be the same. It keep the variance since we're in the wage bill. Every administration comes, it changes. When will we have a standardized payroll that nobody will come, leaders come and they go? But if we have a standardized payroll mental, I can tell you when Madam said he took everything was checked. We had paymaster. We had a paymaster for 3 counties. Okay. But then when they were there, we changed it where people start going to banks, opening their bank's account. It was under Madam Serif's term. But people said she did nothing. And she said, no, we can't be having no paymaster. Paymaster don't reach those many counties. They don't get to put a check. So come and pay, they be lying to the people. All of that was changed under her time. And what her name said, what the former minister before Kafran, Saye. And then Kafaki, he carried it too. And that's how we engage the banks. But before, payroll was not a mess. But it's changed. You can go to the bank and get your money. It was not like that when we took over. And those are us working in the county, never even saw our paycheck for 6-7 months. And it's still happening now if they do that.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I was just concerned as to the size of the wage bill percentage-wise relative to, the envelope. 88%. That leaves us right now with a budget of 880 million. That leaves us around 1.1,
which is understandable.
1.6 million.
And that's why the lawmakers have oversight responsibility. Before you go to defend that budget, call the people involved and say, what is this? What do they go to? Where's the revenue to back this? How much funding from outsource are we getting to balance this? Call them. You have that that authority. The people in the legislature that are sitting on the budget and finance committee. After they pass it now, then they start complaining about the wage bill. No, stop it. Question, take it back. Go work on it quick. Bring it back and look at it together. But now after it's passed, it's been printed, then somebody can, so what happened? What thing happened between finance and LRA and the rest of the places? Those things are supposed to be addressed firstly.
Real quick,
Thank you.
Madam Cassell, you were telling me that you worked for the Liberian government for 12 years and you don't have any retirement, no 401k, no nothing?
None.
401k thing coming to you.
So when we talk about 401k, I'm talking about some kind of retirement, some lifeline, something.
Executive, no. She said it, it's true, nothing.
I said it. Once you are appointed, except you are elected or you're a civil servant,
yes,
but appointed official because they're in the notion that they can sack you anytime. So what we did was to come up with a proposal to them that if you work for 30 years consistently, you start getting increments so you can get some kind of benefits. Yes.
Wow.
So you're not entitled to anything.
Guys, let's mute. Let me go to the chief. Then I'll come to Pewee. Can we all mute, please?
Yeah. Okay. Quickly. Okay, Madam Cassell. Quickly. I know you talk about the harmonization, but maybe you answer it. You can answer it when you answer my question. The harmonization, but I know you said that Minister Tweed, they harmonized the salary of the people, but then this new government ran on the campaign that they were going to reverse it and send it to power. And Minister Tweed challenged them. He said he dared them. He said I double dare them to reverse the harmonization policy. So I don't know whether they're going to do it. Okay. But my question is, Doing the, can you please provide some understanding for us? The issue of teenage pregnancy in Liberia. What I've come to mind is that when girls go to the hospital pregnant, underage girls, the girls who are below the age of maybe 12, 14, they go to the hospital pregnant. During your tenure as Minister of Gender, do you put into place any mechanism that you are going to track those who impregnated these young girls? For instance, if you go to the hospital pregnant, I mean in America here, if a girl who is under 12 years or 16 years go to the hospital pregnant, the doctors, everybody gonna find out who pregnant that girl. They will find, I mean, during your time as minister, do you got put into place like for database purposes where you would track those the men who took advantage of these girls and got them pregnant? Because most of the time I was told, most of the time when I try to inquire about that, it said most of the time these cases, the parents intervene, family intervene, and try to compromise the case. They're trying to pursue who pregnant, who raped these girls, because I consider it rape. If a girl is under 12, she's pregnant, she was raped. So when they try to pursue it, the family and other people come and intervene to take it away from the public eye. But can you tell us whether you put into place any mechanism that will track these perpetrators of those who pregnant these girls, young age again pregnancy?
Tomalin, let me say to you, with credit to my predecessor, Vava Cleveland, with UNICEF, the Ministry of Health and Education, we had and youth and sports. We had a tripartite group of agencies and labor that were working together. And we had coordinators in all of the 15 counties. We had safe homes in all of the counties. Okay, that when these girls, when it's brought to their attention, so in a hospital, or if they have it at home, I mean, we're not going knocking on people's door to say who pregnant or who not pregnant or who got raped, but when it's brought to their attention, we do address it. But what we did, and I'm coming up with an article called the 3 Ps. First is prevention. And how do you prevent these things from happening? It's educating our people in a rural area. Prevention is better than cure. Then the second thing is protection. When these girls are molested or harmed, they need to be protected from the suspected person or family, and to do. But you know, as I travel the length and breadth of Liberia, there's no county, no district that I haven't been to. So I'm very proud of my 12 years working in government that I saw Liberia and I love Liberia. The awareness, the parents, you see the man coming with a bag. You say, oh, your husband coming, you go help the man with a bag. And man can always, but you don't sit now your husband lap. I will tell a little 10-year-old girl that man and her husband, I can sit on that man's lap, she feed up a vibration. She wants to know what it is.
I know, right?
That's the thing that we need to prevent before they're going to have baby. The man coming, oh, yeah, your husband, oh, baby, go ahead. Oh,
I love it. I love it. I love it. You're right. You're right.
Until we do protection, then persecution should be the last. Awareness. We need to go back to the villages and educate our people, to the town, to the schools. That's what we used to do. We used to use the musicians that were popular at the time to carry all these messages for us. If that musician is in Grand Bassa County and all the young children like him, we take him, get him to the village, we go have awareness there, and we call them my pa. In the children law, we say if that child is abused and you are aware, you are supposed to be held liable too. You know what I will tell you? That my daily prayer. I say, yeah, that man can bring you one car or one go today, but they can't go to school. She can buy you a car and build you a house. And that's how we're able to get a lot of the children to put on a mission. But when it happened, it's not the end of the world because a girl have a child. You decide whether you want to keep that child and the girl together, or what we want to do based on, we want to make sure that the parents are involved. So we had conversations with them, but we have places to take them. But most of the places got shut down. We had the safe home. You have to take them away from the community. You can't leave them there. So those are some of the things that we did. And the records are there. They were started by my predecessor, Vava Gavler. I came and I built on it and we expanded it. And because of that, all of our county coordinators through UNICEF had a Land Cruiser Jeep. They had motorbikes to go into where they needed to go. That's what we did. And we had what they call the group in the different schools that we educated, we trained to be able to talk about violence. The teachers in the school, in the classroom, molesting the children that we arrested before. Let me just tell you a little. I know they fought me one representative from, I think, from River G or Grand Crew.
Grand G.
River G.
Grand G there. There you go. That Pewee there. You know how many times they attempted to put me in jail? I had him arrested. His niece was still with him.
Oh, yeah.
And later again, she stopped going to school. The teacher reported it. Anyway, he said, so what? And I helping her mom or representative.
Wow.
I had him arrested and went to jail. And you know who was his lawyer? All the people lawyer that have financial money. All the people that want his lawyer.
Wow.
How do you fight that? And Tomalin?
By the way, the web vibration is not training. Okay? It's training. Vibration is training.
So we think that to say people must stop telling their children that I'm man at your husband. Oh, go meet your uncle, come in, your own uncle, you go fill the water for the uncle say, oh, but you can dress the bucket. I'm telling you live story that people tell us, that the girls tell us.
Wow.
So how do you defend that?
What you say is true. Look, my daughter, she was on a trolley. She said, some man, I think, test her, look at her. She's not crying, calling me crying. I mean, they imagine. And if sometimes she hear the story, what happened in Liberia, she can wonder, you know?
Yeah.
But so, your predecessor, Vabla Gavler, but how, the person who took her place, Madam Piso Sedita, did she do a good job?
I have not done an assessment. I said no to some and yes to some, because all of those areas that were open for vulnerable girls, they all were shut down under her administration.
Wow, then that's terrible. People say if you're listening, you need to come clean on this.
The cash transfer program, what we're giving money, UNDP was sponsoring millions of dollars to build this center. Yeah. At one time, you heard when the UN said people must stop using the UN money. That was that money they were referring to. We signed a paper that loan was approved. It was done by the legislature. All were to set up the whole center, Gabi Fernandez. And it was under the Children's Department with Lydia Sherman. Yeah. That whole project was done before we left office. Millions of dollars were allocated for cash transfer, because when you go into bombing into the remote area, you see grandmother taking care of the grandchildren with no funding. So those money were given to the grandmother to send their grandchildren to school, to help their grandchildren with hospital bills and to do businesses.
That's breaking news. So that's breaking news. So the former minister of gender needs to come clean. She needs to come.
Yeah, honestly, I think. Honestly, I think her administration was a waste. Was a complete waste.
Myean, do a story up there. Do a story to this.
But Mr. Gibbon, I'll get back to you. I just wanted to add something there.
Yeah, Mr. Pewee. No. Let me go to Garguah. Garguah, you have one question. We'll go around one. You have the second one. Go ahead.
No, let Mr. Neo Progressive go. I'm patient. Let the man go. I'll come back.
There you go. Pewee, want you to be the bad man. Go ahead.
No, for me, I've been sitting quiet there. I was having today. As I said, Madam Minister, we have to listen today and give her the time to. I really don't have a lot of caution for her, and I respect the work she.
My brother's son there, so he will not say nothing.
She performed in the country. But let me say this quickly: when President Salif took over the country, the Liberia was considered as a pariah state, a failed state. There was nothing working on a functional democracy that was broken. And what the president did at the time, she brought Liberia back to the Committee of Nations. She restored this. She invited the international community that came. So we had this CSE program, and the CSE program saw the need to structurally build the civil service and that of the the structural bureaucracy in the country. And that's one of the reasons, because Minister Proper were taking nothing before as deputy minister or assistant minister. And that's how it gradually went. And before she left office, assistant minister was getting the amount of 4,000 gross and net worth around 3,003. Deputy minister is staying and minister proper, right? Because she set the structure up on the most serious note. She did that. But again, for her to go back, someone said, if, for instance, if we were to pay real estate taxes in Grand Bassa County, with some of the money be sent over to the Bassa people, then we have to revisit the revenue code, because the revenue law is structured, right? Every money of such will have to go back to the consolidated account. Now, is there a need that we see the basic need of restructuring the revenue code of Liberia so that most of the revenue generated in a particular county, some of those resources can now go back to be directed in helping to function in those areas. But I think in terms of that, President Seti set the structure well. She set it up. If we had any other leader after President Seti performing in that same manner and that same aggressive tactics, Liberia would have gone far ahead currently. But when she left the game, there was some slowdown, and there was a lot of things not happening the way we expected things to happen, particularly with her connection, because she was one leader that had an
what happened to the present president? He served for 12 years.
That had extraordinary connectivity across the world, and her rapprochement with international leaders and multilateral institutions was extraordinary. And yes, and I thought that's one of the reasons my own disappointment in this current president, because he was vice president to her for 12 years. I thought he should have tapped into that, tapped into the wisdom, tapped into our connectivity to have some of those things done. But for now, I will rest right here. I have no question for the minister. I thought she performed well, and I look forward. I will ask one last question to her before she leaves the studio today, and that question will be political.
We call her for hours. She's here for almost 2 hours. We got 20 more minutes here with her. We want to thank you very much for the patience and being here. We said 1 hour. She's going to be here for 2 hours. Robert, go ahead.
Thank you. I know that. I think thanks to the minister for giving that disclosure. Pewee have no question because there's family ship going on there. So I don't expect any question from Pewee.
No, Robert.
But I would just like to add to what Pewee just said before I ask the question, though, is I don't like, and I think perhaps the minister will concur with me, I don't like what we keep saying when Ellen took over, this is the state Liberia was in, and this is what we did. And then you mentioned a connection. Can we mute ourselves? I'm hearing the noise. And then you mentioned her connection with the international community. But the question remains, yes, Ellen set the standard, and I also believe that given her role in all of this nonsense, Ellen herself understood what she was inheriting when she ran for office in 2005. And so this whole expectation that, Ellen had no idea with regards to the state of Liberia when she took office in 2005, I think it's ridiculous that we keep making this point. Ellen knew exactly what she was inheriting. She signed up for it. And I hold the opinion that I think given her connection and the tremendous support that we're giving to her from the international community, I don't think it was leveraged properly. I think more could have been done in those 12 years.
You're not in Liberia.
Don't interrupt. Don't, sir.
Then I mean you are very disingenuous.
Do not interrupt me, sir. This is my turn to speak. Do not interrupt me. Mr. Moderator, can you have the control?
I mean you are very disingenuous to say anything they perform. Can you have nothing about Liberia? Now let me go. I will say this to you.
No, you're not going to say anything. You're going to listen.
Meaning he is disingenuous. He understands nothing about Liberian politics.
Pewee, I'm not going to let you. Pewee,
Robert, go ahead.
Pewee, you're not acting like a diplomat. You work in the foreign ministry. You're not. You need to keep quiet. Pewee, you need to keep quiet when I land.
Okay, guys. Okay, Pewee. I mean, Garguah, address the question. Let's go.
Mr. Moderator, 1 second. Pewee, you need some discipline. The discipline is you're patient, restrain yourself. When someone is speaking, do not interrupt them. You want to make a point. You want to counter what I'm saying. 1 second, Pewee. Be disciplined, sir. You wait when I'm done, then you speak. You're muted right now. But
it's about someone telling you the fact.
1 second, sir.
Robert and Pewee, we have our guest for 20 more minutes.
That's what I'm saying to you. Go ahead.
If I'm being disingenuous, Pewee.
again, you're still not disciplined. You are exposing your indiscipline on a public platform. When one person speaks at a foreign meeting, do you interrupt like this?
This is not
relax, my brother. When your turn
Okay,
comes,
guys.
It's not monologic.
Okay, guys.
Pewee,
it's a dialogue. Let me educate you. It's a dialogue.
Don't educate me. You need to
educate
yourself
a dialogue. It's not monologic.
Don't educate me.
It's a monologic show. It's not
you need to
dialogue.
be disciplined and wait your turn.
For these guys.
I mean, it's a dialogue, rather. It's not a monologic show. It's not one person show.
Mr. Moderator,
the
man, this is not his turn. He needs to keep quiet. Let me speak.
Guys, okay, go ahead. You got a chance. Go ahead.
We gotta have some discipline here. Your turn can be spoken uninterrupted.
You got a time.
So
Go ahead.
again, Ellen knew exactly what she signed up for. Ellen had massive international connection. Billions of dollars came in support, and it is within my observation, within my right, contrary to what you stated, that more could have been done had those resources and her international connection, the monies that came through, had it been used properly, more could have been done. So let me get back to my question. I want to go back, Miss Cassell, to this modern man question that I asked. I was trying to follow up.
Mrs. Cassell or Honorable Cassell, please.
I was trying to follow up, Honorable Minister. Their record that shows that you received a communication from Modern Man June 25th, 2014, and the detail of that communication, and you were tipped off of abuse that were going on with those young girls at Modern Man, and I definitely share your sentiments when you talk so passionately about how it is we, our own people, that are allowing these foreigners to come commit all of these crimes in Liberia, and yet and still they're getting away with it. A recent situation happened with a young Liberian who there was an attempted murder on her life by her supposed boyfriend, who was married to an American wife in the U.S. They went to court. The facts were there, and somehow he was found not guilty. Do you think that as a country, we have put in place the mechanism, and as leaders in our own respective right, we have really sought the interests of poor Liberians? And I want to emphasize poor Liberians, because when you have privileged folks, people who can afford a decent lawyer to argue their cases in court, these people make up 7% of the population. But those girls who were raped, even if they were raped by a Liberian, even if they were raped or they were abused by Liberians, do you think we as a government structure have put in place the mechanism to really seek their interests and ensure that when these crimes are committed against them, that there's some accountability? There have not been a single accountability with regards to those girls that got raped and abused at that school, and everything had just disappeared as if nothing happened. They have returned to the streets. There have been no program put in place, and I will blame the previous government. But do you think we've done well with these poor, underprivileged folks who continue to be taken advantage of, continue to be hurt, whether by foreigner or by our own people, or we failed them?
Robert, I'll put the question back to you, because maybe you didn't listen to what I said before. Yes, the first complaint came on in 2014, okay? But like I said, that joint security, I'm not a security personnel, so the information was sent to the security apparatus. Whether we have done something, I told you, as a ministry, as a government, we did. We have places where we take the children and put them to. But the people who are propounding this thing thought that they would go after the owner of the thing because of all of the money she had, and they would share it. I'm telling you what personalized the case. I told you the story about the honorable representative from Grand Jide. I'll tell you the story about a Lebanese man that was put to jail and was later deported, and that girl was sent for treatment. So those that I had control over what we did, and we had control, meaning you take the girls from where they are and you put them into a facility where they get the right protection, and the legal system takes its course. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not in the justice system. My responsibility as the minister is to provide for them the protection. And providing that protection, I have to work with the other line agencies. Okay? And that's what we did. And we left it with them because you know how long trials and cases can stay in Liberia. But those that we did, and we name and shame. We did it to our honorable representative. We did it to a Lebanese man that I knew of, if you know about something. But when you went to go ask these people questions, the very mothers that were working at the school had different stories. So how we go and protect somebody, all of a sudden those girls were in the street, but then they have family. How did they get family now? How did they get an auntie, older my granddaughter, older my daughter? I want nothing to happen. What do? It's the education. It's the prevention. It's the knowledge to these people to know that when these things happen, you're not helping your child. You're not helping that person. And that's what happened to that case. But we left it. It could have been followed on with the next government.
Right.
So
quickly, so when you got tipped off, were those particular girls, any of those girls, I want to focus on more than men.
They were in a home. They were in a safe home.
Were they removed from more than men?
Yes, they were removed. In fact, they were now hosted. It was a day school on Ashmont Street, right before you get to Mary Brandon's house.
Right.
It was a day school. So they were still living in the community with their parents, with their foster parents or who were taking care of them. But they were moved and they were sent to a safe home that was protected. Only when they were needed for questioning or to go for health thing, they would carry them.
Well,
so they were protected.
Thank you.
Real information. I was in Liberia in February, and I want to commend the Hilltop School that took over from More Than Me. And they are doing an excellent job. And my friend, a woman that I know, social worker, Sylvester Pewee, is heading the social work department there, and they're doing a great job.
Yeah,
I took State Representative Dolores Hogan Johnson. We gave some scholarship, we did some stuff. There you go.
Yep, I agree.
The school is doing an exceptional job. They reform. There's a girl that stood out. Excellent. Her last name is Dolo. And we are trying to actually, because we met with the vice president, she was actually involved with that. And they had this commitment between Hilltop, Ricks, and the other schools. So when these girls graduate, they go and they have follow through, because BCG is doing a great job there. We visited twice. So from that tragedy that happened, something good has come out of that place called Hilltop.
I'm not cutting you off, but some of those girls were also taken by Miata family because she was running the center that she opened in her mom's name, because we're not far from there. So some of those girls were taken to from there by Miata family, by Mary Brownell Foundation.
Great. So the Hilltop School, Hilltop, you can go online and follow them and do your own background check. All of that terrible thing that happened, Hilltop came in and they are doing an excellent job. I'm not their spokesperson, but you can check them out online. You can call Sylvester Pewee. You can call anybody, and the campus is open. You don't have to make an appointment. You can just walk in and do your own investigation. So we have to put right where it is. If they do bad, we say it. When they do good, we have to say it. But let me give, what time is it? We got 12 minutes. Let me give our guest, let her give her parting words. We want to appreciate you for 2 hours you've been here.
Let me ask her one last question before she goes.
Okay, go ahead.
Mrs. Honorable Cassell, my bastard's big sister, and all of that. I know my older brother, Wesley Peabody Jr., he went to school with you at Bassett High School.
Yes.
And all of that. Yeah, he was a great soccer player.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a soccer player and all of that. But let me ask you, what is the political future of Julia Duncan Cassell? That's all I wanted to ask.
She's coming to the CMC. She already said that.
That's my question you asked.
You're gonna run against your small sister Yomli that re-election.
Let me say thanks to all of you on.
If she did, I will support her. I think
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you please run against Yomli Santa Lawrence?
I can ask you a quick question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got your question.
Mr. Dees, go ahead so she can answer all your questions.
Yeah. So I know you talk about your relationship with former President Saliv. I mean, that's no secret. And you're one of those that are referred to as the kitchen cabinet. So I just want to ask you, what kind of chief executive was Madam Saliv?
Madam Salif, let me start with the last question. Or y'all say last, right? And then go up.
Also,
Okay.
can you please run against your small sister, Mistress Lawrence? I will support you. I will come to Grand Bassa and support you, please. We need better
We'll
representation.
get to that.
Since I think she's closing on the
We'll get to that.
A quick commendation, Madam Minister. I'm getting quite a bit, but there's this one I have to really convey. This is from my friend Philip, former superintendent of River G. She wants to commend you for all the good work you did for River G. I think during your time, teenage pregnancy, I think River G was the #1 in the country.
Yes, River G, yeah.
Exactly. So he wants you to know that he appreciates the fact that you brought it all the way down when you were Minister of Gender and Women and Social Work. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Let me say I enjoyed the evening because I probably would have been doing something else here, but I enjoyed the conversation. It's enlightening, and I think this is what we need to do so people know, because there's always a thing that if you don't tell your story, nobody, they will tell it for you. So instead of someone telling your story, it's good that you tell it yourself. But to my brother, Mr. Dix, yes, I was part of Madam Kitchen Cabinet, and what you want to term it. And I think that I was one of the few ministers or persons that were commissioned 3 times. I was commissioned as Superintendent of Grand Bassa by Madam Salif. I was commissioned as Minister of Gender and Development. I was commissioned as Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection. So I went for confirmation 3 times. So I'm very good, and I was honored, I was decorated by Madam Salif. And your question again was, what kind of executive for Madam Salif? Madam Salif was a hands-on person. She was the first to go to work and the last to leave office. And when Madam Salif had an issue, she would get on the phone and she would call you. She would have time for work and she would have time for play. She's a Scorpion, and she's somebody who don't bite and blow. She would tell you how she feel, and it left with you to dissect it, take it, or leave it. And that's what made us who worked with her for that length of time very strong in the work that we did, because she was into delivering. She would go to your office before you get there yourself. I remember one incident, not Barrow, on top of my bar, but Grand Bassa and Nima Kante meet, and we filed a protest, and it went to the ministry, and they said only the head of the sport association should go. Passing by the ministry, I saw all the lawmakers, all the people there from Nima with their tortoise said there. I called TC go. I said, no, we can't leave it to the Bassa Sports Association. We'll be there too. And we all went there. And when the minister saw us at that time, when the Nima post saw us, the post started calling me, oh, the president on her way to the ministry, where are you? I said, I have to pass. She didn't tell me she was going. When she went to the ministry Sunday morning. But now we're standing. We won the protest. Bassa won the trophy that year. Then I went to work. And good thing she didn't go. She started to GSA before she got to the ministry. So I've just seen that was the kind of person she was. And she's always liked to know what is happening. And she was open to everybody. So that was the kind of relationship. She served as a mother. But then I listened to Mr. No, not this, not the robber. Anyway, he said that, Madam, let me tell you, I've been at a government job for 6 going on 7 years. But you know what got me going? I've been at the States for 23 years. But my connection, my relationship, my network, if you work in those capacities and you build your network, you will survive. I own international boards because of the way I presented myself. Ebola, I was the Ebola ambassador. When Madam said, no, but I'm a leader country. It was only Joe Biden. Some places he couldn't go, Kafar couldn't go. I went around the world. So I built my network. And then we asked about President Boycott. He was vice president for 12 years. I would only hope that as he was going around, that he was building his network too. You see President Weah, he built his network as a footballer. So when you are in those positions and the way you carry yourself, you can survive after government. You can survive after government. Okay? So you have to build that network narrative so that people know that you are still somebody, whether you're in or you're out. Okay? And for Madam Salif, yes, she could have done a lot. But let me tell you, the late Julia Bryant was there before she got there. There were people there that the war has stopped. The late Emma Sawyer was there before she got there. So you say, what did she do? We don't have time because I can stand here and name what was not there and what is there and what she left there. Yes, a lot more could have been done, but she couldn't do it all in such a time because there were people that she trusted. Just how Eric Gorman come to power, as well when Joey was naming his cabinet, he thought these people were going to deliver for him. And that's why one of the things he said to them, what you're crying for? They tell you should run a campaign, you didn't do it, you were working, you were with the people, we wouldn't be in that position. So those things happen, but when she saw it, she's not nip it in the butt before it got out of hand. So those are things that you do. Madam, there are a lot. Yes, Omil was there. And Madam made sure Omil was supposed to go after her first tenure. You know what she did? She went to the UN and lobbied with them. And we also asked President Weah when he won the elections, instead of letting the UN leave now, go and make a plea to them. Ask them to stay because the country is still fragile. They didn't do it. They said, no, they didn't need them. But you see, once the UN left, the US dollar left. People started build rentals. People were working. Those things left with them. But because his network was with his sports people, it was now with the international community on governance and how to maintain the peace and security. But that was her focus. On maintaining the peace and security, we celebrated. We celebrated peace and security in Liberia. So she couldn't take all of it. She picked her goal, those that she could achieve, she did them. Okay? So those are some of the things. For the next time who comes and she want to know what she did, we can name them out. There's so many.
Yeah, but
the opportunity that today, people like you and others are waiting to go home. That today, Liberia is back on the global map. That today, Liberia, in the community of nations, ECOWAS, Monetary Union, the African Union. If Madam wanted to be president for the AU, she would have been. But she said no because of her age and time. But if she wasn't to that level, if she didn't do what she did with Liberia, she chaired on the Sustainable Development Goal. She brought the conference to Liberia. The heads of state, the people that went to Liberia, that today still supporting Liberia. Madam is still an ambassador for Liberia, just in case. What? She's going around. She helped Mr. Weah. She helped President Baka. She helped because of the country. Because of the country. Oh, so at the time when you're in those positions, Robert, I don't know if you've been in leadership before. I was president, like I said, for my community in California. I was president for my high school, the first female president. I was president for Maite Barrow. Okay?
Hey.
So when you're in leadership, sometimes what they do honor you and around you. By the time you get to know, the damage is done.
I was vice president for one of the largest Liberian community in the States, Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia. Okay.
Absolutely.
But that's good. That leadership, I'm sure what you wanted to do, you didn't complete all.
But like I said,
but anyway, the hospital, Peabody, let me go to my brother Peabody. I think all of us need to raise our voices. So what is going on now that our lawmakers and leadership can put a halt to it until the right thing is done. I agree with you. I support you on it. I will continue to talk about it. Mr. Pewee, are we talking family toy about that are you brother there? He need to calm down and he need to let go and he need to work. He's the chairman of the Bassa Legislative Caucus. He need to work with his police them. We done it in the past. He can do it again to move Grand Bassa County forward.
I think he's going to do that. Okay. He's already doing that.
Excellent.
That's fine. Guys, let us speak.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you so much.
With you, and I look forward to us interacting again. No,
absolutely.
And Jerome, thank you all for the work you do for informing our people. A lot of people, I go on every night. I watch most of the show. I don't comment. I listen. I'm a good listener, and I learned that a good leader should be someone who listens.
Yeah, but are you going to run against
your comments? Yes.
How can we get close argument on that station in Buchanan?
Go on inside the media. Okay, it comes on Saturday morning on Magic FM. I can, if you want to be there Saturday, I can tell you can be an analyst or
What we want to do is we want to have a time for our show to be relayed.
To be aired. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll call Christopher and then I get you a slot.
Yes.
Are you gonna run against Senator Lawrence?
Christopher Yahoo.
Yes.
Listen. Madam Cassette, before you leave, real quick. This Friday, we're going to have Ms. Kamara here talking about the Zoom Lion. We're talking about waste management. Is it tomorrow or Friday?
No, tomorrow, Thursday.
Oh, Thursday. Okay. We talk about waste management. I know you've been an executive before. I don't know how you handle waste management. What is your take, guys? Please, before you go, real quick, what is your take on the situation with Zoom Lion being kicked out of everywhere they go? And now we heard that they have now been shortlisted as one of the groups to take over waste management in Liberia for what, 20 years, 220 million or some crazy number.
Well, let me say to you, it's very serious that people talking about the flood in Monrovia, in Liberia, in places. The flood in Liberia is man-made. The flood in Europe, in America, everywhere is climate change. As the people building the roads, our market people come from the market in the night, they get that garbage to the boys there in the street to go put it in the drainage. People go buy lands in the wet way. I saw one executive that had worked for government, worked for NGO, and was showing his house and was proud to show you how flooded. Look at the foundation. How can you build like that? His whole house. This is somebody that's supposed to know better. So with EPA, with zoning authority, it's a disaster. But they to come back to Zone Lion. Zone Lion was there during Ellington when Mary Bro was city mayor for Monrovia. They have this Ghana connection. They did what they could do. They got into trouble. But if we have Liberians, I can tell you under Madam Sirleaf's time, I think there were about 35 persons that were sent to Italy, trained in waste management. Trained, I sent women to China and to India under they built an institute at the Grand Bassa Community College. I would think on their name. They were trained how to use the plastic bag and thing. Our rural women, we send them to India to learn how to build their own solar panel. The container came, they put send them with all the things in the villages and things they was charging for me. They taught them how to recycle the sack water bag, plastic bag, how they could use it for furniture, for other things. But when the people came back, when we left, there was no support. That whole thing just died natural death. Natural death. But these people were trained and they are still dead. They can be rehabilitated. So if this other person coming, I heard Ms. Kamara on air, right. But there's nothing wrong with having a partner, but Liberians must take the role. And it all has to be with education. You can bring in all the experts. If you don't train our people, you don't do awareness with them to say, you know what, why you can't put this cup here? You throw the plastic bag and we can use the same bag and make the beautiful handbags. There are women doing it right now. There are some people doing it. But they're not doing it on a larger scale. But they are recycling the bottles, the plastic bags, the garbage. How do you separate what is real trash and what is not? When people are living in Monrovia, you say, my child Maria is still going to the plastic bag, defecating inside, like, oh man, what a cool man used to be on EIPC used to say. So it's all about education. You go from house to house and you start teaching the people, yes, you've been doing it that way, but you can change it to this way. So I just hope that whoever gets the contract, I would love to see a Liberian. There are people there now that were trained for it, that we call these people on board and say, look, this is our own thing. Let's take it in our hand. Y'all give us a chance to do it. We do it for the next year. Y'all take it from us. But give Liberian a chance. Then everybody will not run it to be government official or representative or senator. They can do their own business. Let's empower local business people too. And that way we can start from that trash and recycling business.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Let me say,
I said that before, but again, everything that was mentioned here, let us continue in that light on spreading the word. Some people will take some people will not. Some people will see it as a plus or minus, but it's to set the stage so that you look at what was minus to you and turn it into a plus, or you look at what is plus and see how you can continue maintaining it as a plus. That is what this conversation is all about. And together, all of us can build our country and all of us can feel safe to go back home. Have a good night. I enjoyed the conversation and thank you for the time.
Thank you.
And say, thank you, man. Say hi to Joe Cassell.
Thank you very much.
That's why Joe. That's why Joe is a smart man. He know when to pick his fight. He know when to leave.
Thank
He
you.
has a smart woman. He got a smart woman. He has a tough woman. But ladies and gentlemen,
The next time you come, you tell us how to stay peaceful for 33 years. I know, but I will not tell them when you come. We'll talk about it.
We've been together for 40 years, but married 33 years.
There you go.
And once thanks to my husband and my children, they supported my idea of going home. And now all of them can go home. So if you don't have a good family to give you that family support, it will not happen. But my family
very much. We look forward to bringing you back on. Thank you very much. Say hi to the family and God bless.
Thank
Thanks
you.
to all.
You have a good one.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. Yep. As a matter of leave, let's do the evaluation, guys. We can be out of here by 8:30. Let me start with Mr. Deeks.
Yeah, it was very informative. You know, I'm kind of impressed that even though she's outside of government, but she's still on top of the issues. And so that was very good. And Jen, I asked her those questions because these are things that are pressing right now. And she was once in the seat. So I asked her those questions and she was talking about the 12-year-old Madame Salih. I mean, she was very close to Madame Salih. So I think I want to know the kind of leader Madame Salih was. And if you know Madame Duncan Cassell, I mean, she's never shy of speaking her mind. So I can tell you guys and the listeners she didn't hold anything back. She's very open, very out there. So it was good. And just one little FYI, this Siafa Diggs is not a Bassa man.
Mm-hmm.
This Siafa Diggs is from Grand Cape County.
I know.
Siafa will tell us already.
Yes.
Grand Cape County.
Man, I didn't know they got come up from Grand Cape Mountain.
So let me give you a 30-second history. This Diggs brother came to Liberia and they settled all around the country. The one that went to Bassa name was Joe Diggs.
That's correct.
One settled in Monrovia, one settled in Cruiserville. My great-grandfather went up to Gola Corner looking for gold and found this nice, pretty vile woman.
That was the real gold there.
That was a real goal he found, and that's where it all started. But I mean, it was a nice show. I mean, nice to have her. Looking forward to having her back. You know.
Yes, I definitely appeal to her to come back. Garguah.
I mean, I followed. Can we mute, please? If you're not speaking, can we mute?
Guys, let's mute. Yeah.
It was a great. I think it was a great conversation. And she's very outspoken. She's very like Dick said. She speaks fearlessly, and that's good. But I think it's also important that when former ministers or public figures come on these platforms, it's good to ask some of the uncomfortable questions. And I the more than me, I think it was on the minds of thousands of Liberians. In fact, at that time, we had a whole movement. We weren't talking about, the whole world was talking about what had occurred with that organization in Liberia. And I still stand on my opinion that I don't think much was done. And I think she agrees with me, right? The system, when people keep saying, Mr. Gilman mentioned how the group that took over held top. Look at the job they're doing. Are they not Liberians? Imagine if we had those people giving similar support from the government, right? That Kitty was given. And by the way, she made millions of dollars. You know how much Kitty was making annually? Mind you, the Liberians that were hired and that were working in these areas were making little or nothing. but she was making millions. Board members that came from the government. These guys were making thousands of dollars. They work in the Ellen Johnson-led government. But the people who should have benefited from what was sold on the international market, she won $1 million from the I'm not sure it was from the Bill Gates fund for More Than Me. But where did this money go? There was no emphasis put on security, on true protection of these young girls, and the fact that after all of these years, of course, we can't root out the Weah administration. I don't think that they really took some serious actions, because a few months later, we saw Kitty, parading around town, going to government functions when she should have been in court. It was easy for her to just up and come back to the U.S. after those schools were closed. And so we really need to do a better job when it comes to protecting Liberians in Liberia. This stuff does not happen in any other country. You go to China, you misbehave as a foreigner, those Chinese, they're gonna deal with you. You go to Ghana, the Ghanaians will deal with you. Same thing with their jobs. I don't see Liberian businesses in Ghanaian markets. I don't see them getting these huge contracts from government. But they come to Liberia, somehow, some way, they're able to manipulate the system and get these millions of dollars contract. When Liberians went back home, they are dead. They are not trusted. They are not given the support. But other than that, I thought her presentation was fine, and I look forward to her running against Madam Yomi Kanga Lawrence. I think Bassa needs better representation. And when I talked about me supporting her, I want a woman to run against another woman so that we can talk about the issues, we can look at the record, and we can ask the tough questions. I want to ask the Senate Pro Tem one day, all of these years in government, all of these years as a legislator, what have you done? What is your record? What is significantly your record in Bassa when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to jobs, when it comes to all of the major things, that school education? But I thought her presentation was good.
Excellent. The chief, let's go, Vic.
I thought Tomalin was the chief, but listen, I absolutely agree with Mr. Garguah and Mr. Diggs. I actually expected her, to come in as some bumbling, out of touch, old government, ex-government, former government employee, in spite of the fact that she's been out of government for almost 8 years now. But she's really on top of her game. She came in. She was as diplomatic as she could be. She stated her points of departure from some of the things that this government, is doing. She said, Kanga is doing well. She could do better. I think that's a typical diplomatic speak. She disagreed with some of the things that this government is doing. She indicated she is the former president's professional, goddaughter. I mean, the president held a position as a minister while she went to run for office. She lost. She came back. Her position was there waiting for her. She admitted all of that. How can you go against, someone who is as forthcoming as that? So I really, it has been really fresh, breath of air, interacting with her. I think she still got something to give to the country. I agree with those who are urging her to still consider, service in government. She could probably still do a lot of good. I mean, there are a lot of commendations that have been coming in. I indicated one of them. A lot of people have been very impressed with her service in government. So, I appreciate her coming on. I hope she can come back again, to interact with her and, get more out of her. I won't be embarrassed to say I'm very much going to use some of her ideas, that she put forth here. She talked about some of the good stuff that could be done. And so it was really an honor interacting with her.
Pewee, one of the things that caught my attention is she says, as we are put in these positions, we form our own network. And these networks carry us beyond where we are. And those networks, she said, she said the president built her network. And when George Weah was in sport, he built his network and it carries him. And then she said, then she stopped. What does that say about your uncle and his network around the world as vice president?
I will speak to that and I move into the substance of the discussion today. Network buildings are important. It is, and that's why even in diplomacy, building rapprochement is very cardinal also. That's the language they have for in diplomacy, rapprochement. I think 12 years vice president, I think his presidency should have been a very easy way to navigate in terms of really connecting himself, because he was vice president to a president that was very connected.
Very, very much.
Very connected, and she leveraged that connectivity very well. And so I think when she said that, it was very profound just when she said that. And I've been one person that I've been observing also that the president currently will have to tap do more to move. But basically, he didn't set that foundation yesterday, so it's a little difficult route to navigate. But Madame Kase is a very intelligent woman, and she's one of those persons that are very deeply close to Madame Salif. You saw how she described her, the kind of leader she was, and the rest of that. She's a very brilliant woman, and I thought she performed in the role as superintendent, even as minister, and the rest of that. Now, part of the reason why I actually stated, I didn't say this in isolation, and I observed what happened further in the country. When we say a lot more was done by Madame Salif, and I mean it, a lot more was done by Madame Salif. The country was broken. And again, people that will come with those kind of they and myopic perspective of the country without understanding what the country went through, it is understandable from their perspective. But we were in the country game. I don't know if he came to the country after 2005, before the elections. There was nothing in Liberia like even Monrovia,
not to cut you
city, from Painesville
to
Broad Street, there was no street. Everything broken.
Mr. Pewee, remember I was the guest of Ambassador John Blaney and Jack Klein.
I didn't challenge you. Chief. I don't know if you did.
2005, 2006.
Many you saw the ground.
That's correct.
There was nothing working.
Nothing.
All of the 15 counties disconnected. There were no bureaucracy in place. There was no structure. Civil servants were never taking nothing. Nothing was unfolding. Even the roads all over the country was broken completely. When she came in, and that's what I said, a lot more was done. She brought in the GMAP. The GMAP brought in a policy. The system kind of started building the system. When Anthony Saya came in as Minister of Finance at the time,
she did an excellent job.
She did an excellent job in connecting the country back. You listen to the minister said people were still being corrupting the system by pay. They say the pay master coming. Today, you have no pay master in Liberia. Consider we do what we call direct deposit. Man, they now want to build all of the roads that connecting Monrovia in the city and the environment. She connected all those areas and showed that agency came back to the country. She ensured that we were part of the Committee of Nations. She ensured from Monrovia at the time to Buchanan, it would take us around 5-7 hours.
Yep.
What she did, you saw that road. That road today is a 45-minute or 1 hour drive, depending how you drive. You saw the road from from Coca-Cola factory to Ganta. You saw that road. And a lot of other areas. The hard road was completely in tatters. What she did, she mobilized international and multilateral support for that. Today we have a hydro that is now doing well in terms of distribution and doing a lot of other things around. She didn't stop there. She networked with the Chinese. We have a ministerial complex today that's saving the government of Liberia more than $35 million a year from renting private buildings. She didn't stop there. She networked to ensure that we have peace and democracy. She networked a lot of things came to the country. If you heard the minister saying a lot will have been done, it's intellectual, right? She's intellectualist, applied that. A lot would have been done, but a lot more was done. And that's why someone always come and say, because we observed it at the time. The University of Liberia was broken completely. She mobilized support that came to the Defender campus, and all of the other campuses are in news. That's the kind of a leader that how she leveraged her connectivity. So Madame Salif did not only restore Liberia back to the Committee of Nations, she put Liberia back on the pedestal. Listen, she wouldn't have done it in 12 years, a country that is completely broken, nobody's smart enough will sit and say you expect a leader to transform that country that was totally disconnected from the world to be restored in 12 years. But what she did was very well that any leader following her footprint today would have gone far ahead. No leader on a serious note. And that's one of the things I said. And to rest here today, we cannot, and because we were not in distant, I was not in Pluto, I was right on the ground. From 2006, January when she took over, to 2018 when she left office. That's the kind of assessment we did for the country. That's why I said up to now, from the time we came out of the war, no leader has performed the way she did. I had not been her connectivity, we would have been nowhere around. The fact there was no government to work with, there was no system. She had to rebuild the system. And again, today the system is good. After the GMAP system came out, we brought a CSE program. From the CSE program, gradually, civil servants started to structurally taking pay. Superintendents started being connected. District commissioners started being, they were operational. Town chiefs connected. Administrative districts restored. Statutory districts restored. Ministry and agencies started getting virtual system in place. Before, there were no virtual system in place. So the bureaucratic bottleneck were removed and system were put into place. We brought about the General Auditing Commission, the EU for her connections, brought the first time we had a supreme audit institution that started putting fraud, waste, and abuse to check. That's the time we had John Modu as Auditor General. We put into place system process. So there was a validation process that was done under her stewardship as president. It was not in oblivion. No. It was a systematic process done, and that's why today we have a country called Liberia, again restored before our brother and sister here in exile time, before they could even start coming back to the country. It was that woman powerful connections from the IMF, from the World Bank, from different multilateral institutions, from the president, and she brought President Bush to Liberia. It was part of the confidence building NGOs, international organizations, other organs of the UN pushed into Liberia. That's the reason why we said she did a lot more for the country. And those that can see saw it. But those that want to be pessimistic and those that want to be sinister would think to the contrary. And I mean, it's counterproductive towards the country moving forward.
If I may, can you give me 2 minutes, please? Mr. Chief Tomalin, allow me just 2 minutes, please. I just want to say this. Right. Everything that Pewee just said, and this is how you keep intellectual conversation uninterrupted. In as much as you want to express yourself, you patiently sit and allow people to speak so the audience can listen to his argument, and then you can make your point. That's how intellectual conversation I help Pewee, not interrupt.
I beg you. I gotta go pick my.
Oh, okay. What?
When I leave, you can tell me I get my closing quick.
Yeah.
First of all, we'll be having a show tomorrow with Fanta Kamara, talking about that Zoom line and stuff. It's coming with a lot of information and throw light on it. Everybody here tomorrow. And then on Friday, we'll be having that, talking about the traffic. I mean the that stuff that happened at the Transport Ministry right now. We have someone here. We'll talk about it, and hopefully we'll come to some understanding about the whole thing. And next week we'll talk. Next week, I think I promise to send you guys the port bill so you guys can peruse the bill. Next week we'll have a discussion on our whole bill, whole show on our bill, the port bill. And then lastly, how to call it? This weekend, tomorrow night, the closing argument will be leaving. They're going for represent us in Belgium for the Liberian Community Program. And this weekend also, I know my brother Costa will be guest speaker to a program that right near next door, and we'll be invited to join that program. We'll be there too with our man Kehleboe will be there together. So, but lastly, something happened today, right? This country is funny. Today my daughter turned 18, so she had a medical appointment at the hospital.
Oh, happy birthday to her!
So we got to the hospital to do her blood work. Something she was doing. As soon as the lady said, "Oh, don't worry, your daddy, you need to sign for you no more." I said, "Oh, just like that." Yeah. Yo, they can't sign for your own stuff here. She said, "Daddy, I signed it. I got it now." And she signed. I said, "America." So they told her right away, say you have your right. You can sign your own stuff. Yeah. Daddy, you need his signature. So it was very interesting. You know, I enjoy it. I enjoy it. And today she's so excited. Right now they're having dinner. She and her sister. I gotta go join them right now. But well, good show. I look forward to tomorrow's show and Friday's show. Let's come strong. Let's do our homework. Come strong and prepare for it. And concerning Madam Cassell, look, I launched it. She came on the show, but she threw a challenge. It's an indirect challenge to Madam Piso Sedita. So from what I gathered tonight, people performance at the Ministry of General, I think according to the madam indirectly, was dismal. Piso Sedita, you're ready to come and defend yourself, come and defend your record. You are free. The problem with our Liberian officials, they hate to come before the press, hate to come to the public to defend the record or say something. Wonder when they get a need, they want to come. But no, come forward. Right now it's time, open time to come forward and defend your record. I'm calling all the former officials of the We Are government, the ministers that were there, the prior Ellen government. You'll come forward. You'll come. We are willing to entertain you guys. Don't defend your record because we'll do a story on this stuff that's happening now. We'll put a story and call you out. Mr. Gaiman, thanks a lot. All you guys, thanks for holding the show. We appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow, man. God bless.
Great, guys. Next week, I'm coming to you, Robert. Next week, we have invited Wanda Freeman, a lawyer. He got something going. There's an article he keep writing called NTR. So they are the government officials, they are lawyers and doctors, I guess he believes, should not be returning to power or should not be given the opportunity to mislead our people anymore. So he got a couple of great articles. I invited him. So next week, he will be coming. Now, before I go to Robert, we are encouraging Liberians to open their own businesses, to come home and help. And Mr. Kehleboe Gongloe has that passion. He has a business going in Liberia. We have to honor. He sent me something that we needed to play. I know the guys in the studio have gone. We will play it during the week. But he's having a special July 26th. If you need anything that has to do with meat, poultry, you can call. I will get a number. We'll read it out tomorrow. He got special sales going. And if you mention TCA, you get even discount. He got a beautiful pork, and I'm going to buy some pork because I love the pork. So, guys, and something too that I think that the Honorable said, and hopefully Ms. Kamara can hook up with her because she supports what Ms. Kamara is saying here about Zone Lions should go to Liberian corporations, Liberians. She supports that. So Ms. Kamara needs to get with her network and everything else. Maybe we can move the needle in the direction of our Liberian people because we got competent Liberian people on the ground. Yeah, Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, but I think Ms. Kamara would disagree with the former minister about yes, giving these things to Liberian company because it was under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's watch that Zone Lion were picked when Ms. Kamara's company were there trying to make a difference in Liberia. So I don't think she'll.
No. But listen, remember now they now have a convergence of ideas and interests. So this is politics. At one time you were enemy. At some point you are partners.
No, so I agree.
Two powerful women can now do good for us, for Liberians to win this thing. So I think I will encourage her to get in touch with her.
I'm sure she'll be willing. I'm sure she'll be willing to work with her. But what I'm saying is, the minister did mention that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. It almost appears as if she was a champion of when she asked Liberians to return home, already recognizing Liberian expertise on the ground. Because again, part of her frustration is we went back home, we had the expertise, we had the knowledge, we had the education, but we were overlooked. So again, they can still connect, but I don't think she would agree that Ellen was somehow some champions of, preferencing Liberian businesses over foreign businesses. But let me say this: I'm not going to take long to counter what Pewee said, because no one in his logical mind would say that Ellen did nothing. No one, and I didn't even by a stretch. I did not indicate that. No one said Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did nothing. Ellen did something. My contention is this excuse as to how terrible Liberia was when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf took over. And this is not the first time we've made this argument. To think that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did not know the condition or the state Liberia was in when she took over would be irresponsible. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was an integral part of the destruction that was Liberia from Genesis. She knew exactly what she was dealing with. She knew exactly what she signed up for. That was my contention. Every time people say, "Oh, do you understand what the state like?" Of course, you don't have to be. No one had to be in Liberia to understand that Liberia was completely broken. We're not debating that. But Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was a part of that destruction, Pewee. Unless you're telling me she had no idea the level of the magnitude of destruction that she was a part of. So when Ellen took over, just how Charles Taylor was elected in 1995 out of fear, but Liberia also said that it was an opportunity for Charles Taylor, who helped destroy Liberia, to be given some opportunity to fix the destruction that he made. Ellen it's the same thing. Ellen helped destroy Liberia, and her election in 2005 was an opportunity to help fix the destruction that she participated in. So all of this talk about, do you understand the state Liberia was in? Yes, I understand. It's not an excuse as to my opinion that more could have been done. Let's put this in perspective. Over $2 billion in aid came to Liberia since 2005. $2 billion. You talk about systems are good. If systems are good, then the university students would not be in the streets right now protesting for better learning facilities. If the university was broken in 2005, then imagine what it is now in 2005. Imagine what it is now in 2025. Go to the University of Liberia. Can you tell me with a straight face that that's an institution that you would be willing to have your kid learn in? The buildings are completely terrible. Look at the healthcare. The healthcare. Do you think that we had invested 65% of the monies that we got through aid into these strategic areas? Do you think we will have a broken healthcare right now? Look at what happened during Ebola. We have a broken healthcare. We still have systemic issues in our country right now. Systemic issues that could have been addressed many, many years ago. My point is, massive corruption has been our problem. Monies that came in did not go to institutions that they were meant to go to. Investments did not go to where they were meant to go to, Pewee. Because if these investments went to, today we'll have a private sector. We don't have a private sector right now. That's why government remains the highest employee. So when people talk about more could have been done, it's not to say that nothing was done. But more could have been done. A lot more could have been done. And I'm not going to sit on a public platform and give Ellen Johnson Sirleaf some sort of credit for taking Liberia from a failed state that she helped cause, to where we were in 2018, disregarding the billions of dollars that came through, millions that came through that were not properly invested in institutions that, if they were properly invested, many of these systemic issues we're dealing with right now, we would not be dealing with right now. So no one said Ellen did nothing. But what I'm saying is, if it wasn't for corruption, if monies did not go in people's pocket, if monies were properly invested, Pewee, most of the things that our people are protesting against right now, government after government, they will not be protesting right now. Liberia remains a failed state because institutions that should be functioning are dysfunctioning. And until we fix that, until we properly invest monies that are coming into these institutions, 10 years from now, we will still be talking about what Ellen took Liberia from 2005 to 2018. More could have been done. And I agree with Joseph Boakai when he said opportunities were squandered. It's a fact.
Thank you.
When you host things and when you close it, when somebody close, they close. Don't be opening more time for room.
No.
When man close and I close.
My man, I didn't close. We were giving our analysis about the speaker. I didn't close.
You close.
I know I did not.
You close.
I did not close. But why are you afraid to be counter, Pewee? Why are you afraid to be counter?
Robert, you mentioned his name, so yeah, at least you gotta have.
No, that's fine. Then you can go ahead. But I didn't close.
Let me say this quickly. You know, people sit down and blankly, with no iota of understanding of the structure that unfolded, and say, Billion came in. Billion came in where to where? You see, it's unfortunate when we
$2 billion have come in aid since 2005. Is that a lie or fact?
And you see the unfortunate aspect of the way you guys just want to say everything with no level of understanding. It's a bleak and myopic way of looking at things. The $2 billion did not come to the government. And that's the unfortunate thing. The money came through ECOMO, and Omil. The United Nations brought those money for themselves, not the Liberian government.
Wait, Pewee. You telling me the Liberian government did not have any money to invest in education, to invest in healthcare? That's what you're telling me?
Every money the Liberian government operated with, it was a money generated by the budget. Those money that came through NGO did not go to the Liberian consolidated account. Those money.
That's not my argument. That's not my argument. That is not my argument. Who supervises
the government? Not the Liberian government. The UN.
Come on, my brother. Let's move on, man. Let's move on.
You just said just now.
Let's move on, man.
I thought you said you're a disciplined person, but you just exhibited your indisciplined gender by interrupting.
I agree.
Right?
I agree. I did that. I agree.
Let me just say that those money did not go to the Liberian government. They didn't supervise. It was supervised by NGOs. They pay their own expatriates that came into the country.
So you're blaming the NGOs now for Liberia failure?
Robert, but that's the fact.
Right? So if you want
No, it's not the fact. No.
But Robert, Pewee.
No.
Pewee, 1 minute.
Robert, let me close with this party comment. Jerome?
1 minute. 1 minute, Robert. 1 minute. Yeah, go ahead, Dean.
No. It's not the fact.
Robert, 1 minute. Dean, go ahead.
I want to bring up somewhere enjoying myself. Let me go.
Okay, just a minute, gentlemen. I know they had this program yesterday at the Ministerial Complex where they had the current president of African Development Bank and also the outgoing president. And he gave a very thought-provoking speech.
Oh, yes.
And surprisingly to some of the folks that were sitting there, and they didn't even know that one of the brains behind African Development Bank was a Liberian, the late Romeo Horton. And most of them were shocked. And then there's something he said yesterday. I'm just going to read it. The export of raw materials is the door to poverty. The export of value-added product is the highway to wealth. And he said that in front of the president, vice president, and all major policymakers.
He said even worse.
Yeah, I mean, there's some other ones there. But that was the key point. So we're going to be discussing on Friday where we monopolize our public safety to a private company. Thank you, gentlemen. Good show.
So to end here, Billions didn't go to the Liberian government. Billions went to the NGO and they paid their expatriate and did their own thing. They were not answerable to the Liberian government. They were answerable to the UN structure and those organs. So not that today for you get somebody say
this is lovable, Pewee. Yeah. It's lovable. Yeah.
Robert, 1 minute. Let me give you, because I had that same when I met with the president, I have taken some investors, some NGO folks there, and one of the guys that I took with me, Dr. White, happened to suffer a stroke while we were the guests of the president at the time. And the president personally sent Ethel Holt, her personal aide, to Catholic Hospital with a bouquet of flowers and everything else. How personal she took her job. And when the man recovered briefly, we went to the executive mansion. I mean, she was at the foreign ministry. And the question came out that we were hearing all the billions were coming into the country. And when she broke it down, some of us were disarmed, because this is what she said. You're hearing all these billions, they are not coming to me. No. The billions that are coming, and it was even justified just recently in February when I was at the embassy. There was a big debate. People were just leaving. People were leaving. When we went for lunch at the Royal Hotel, we met a group from Sweden. They were leaving. We met a group from Norway. They were leaving. And I asked why everybody leaving. They said, well, the funding that kept us here has been withdrawn. So we will not be, they were talking about USAID when they got that notice. When these people were throwing the numbers around of money that have been withdrawn, these are money that I thought were going to the country. But it's not going to, it's in care of the country though, but it's not through them. So Robert, when we're talking about the billions coming through, the country, even the GMAP, all of those guys that came into the country to put our system together, if they tell you the money that was paid to keep them there, it will buckle your mind.
Mr. Goodman.
Money that most of them don't even make here, but they do it as expat because they find it to be a risky adventure. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Goodman, again, we don't have time, so I won't waste too much time on this. But for us to sit on this platform to say that from 2005 up until now, which if we just focus on from 2006 to 2018, for us to sit here and say that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did not receive, or the government of Liberia did not receive millions of dollars that went to budgetary support in key strategic area, I think it's misleading. No one is saying here that international resources did not come and people did not have these projects carried out by these ESPA. No one is saying that. But for us to say that if $3 or $4 billion came for Liberia through aid, and all of these institutions that were meant to be strengthening were not because these folks actually did not spend the money where it should have been spent, but rather a buck of that was spent through salaries and housing and all of this stuff and taking out. It's disingenuous. This is not true. Our government have received direct aid in funding in areas that were not properly used. Let's not act like all of the aid that came to Liberia, all 100% was programs were done through all of these international. No. We are talking about
a combination of both, because look, for instance, right, John Molu's salary, huge salary that John Molu was being paid by the Liberian government. It was on our books, but we were not paying it. That came from the European Union.
Listen, all I'm saying is I would not sit here, and a lot of people are listening, and I would not sit here and say that 100% of the aid that came through Liberia, to say the reason why the Liberian government, the institutions are not built right now, because monies have come through, and those monies were not used by the Liberian people, but it was used by these international organizations themselves. And so for some reason, they are to be blamed as to why these institutions that these monies were meant to strengthen were not strengthened. It's not true. It's not factual.
So Robert, to a point, Robert, when you say this institution is not something you just build and then it will grow by itself. Institutions are maintained by individuals.
Absolutely.
So let's say you come and you revamp civil service, the Civil Service Authority or Civil Service Agency, to be precise. It's functioning and everything. You got a civil service structure. You got a merit-based system. You got tests for people to take the test, and then it's designed by this international organization. That's an aid to your country. But trust me, these people are very politically sensitive. They do their specific work and they stay out of politics. If the government or successive government decide to break away from what was built, that institution is no use again.
So, Mr. T, that give
the institution is no use. But guess what? The definition of foreign aid is very, very sticky.
So let's give the health. Let me give you an example. Maybe Mr. Number can chime in. Let's get the health sector for an example. Let's assume that we've invested through foreign aid since 2005 this amount of money in the health sector. If the health sector was built or the health sector were revived and it came back to where it was supposed to be, can you tell me that since 2005 to where we are now, we've had a functioning health sector? And when I talk about functioning health sector, I'm talking about a health sector a health system that is curable and not a death trap. Since we're saying, Ellen, if the health sector for 2005 was nothing, zero, and it came back to life, why is it that all of these years later, the health sector in Liberia is not still functioning? Why?
So then we ask ourselves the question. I come in, Robert. Ask ourselves the question. These people came in and helped to bring this failing institution to a level, the health sector. But guess what? They are not going to be there perpetually to maintain it. I'm coming. We ask ourselves, have we contributed adequately to maintain those institutions to the level that they were built to, or to even grow it further? That's the question we ask ourselves. And I can't put it on one person. We should look at successive regimes.
No, I'm not putting it on one person. All I'm saying when people continue to make this noise, because I know Ellen was loved by the international community, and she still is loved by the international community. Like the minister said, she leveraged her connection, and she got a lot of aid in Liberia. A lot of direct aid came to Liberia to support the rebuilding of key institutions. The maintenance aspect of that is one thing. What I'm saying here is, I believe that had corruption not handled us, have monies meant to uphold these institutions, we would still not be in a state of dysfunction. That's all I'm saying. Because if you looked at all of the key areas in Liberia right now, after all of these years, and it's not just Ellen alone, even though her government served the most of all of the other leaders, 12 years, these institutions are still broken. They're massively broken. So it's not on Ellen alone. What I'm saying is, Ellen giving her international connection and all of the monies that came through from all of the different international aid after the war, if these monies were properly invested, we would not be in the space we're in right now when it comes to dysfunctioning systemic issues in these key areas.
So when you say properly invested, because guess what? These people bringing the money for a specific initiative, and if you're begging, you don't say no.
They decide where they want to put it.
Yeah, they decide where they want to go, but they give you the blueprint.
Robert, let me give you an example. Electricity. We didn't touch the hydro until probably the start of Ellen's second term, right, Jerome?
That's correct.
Yeah. So, but although it will come in, people got different objectives. When the Norwegian come, they say we're going to focus on the vulnerable population, women and girls. You can't tell them no. You take it. When the Swedish when CEDAR come in, they say we'll focus on small scale agriculture. You take it. So these are the kind of things that were coming in. Well, it wasn't to say, okay, tell me what you want, and I will give you the money. Trust me, if you had told Madam Seti what you want, I'll give you the money. She would have said, give me electricity. Because the first time the first time we tried to even turn the light on, even when they brought the light post from Ghana, Jerome, yeah, that was just around the 26th, just to have little semblance of something were happening. But when these international agencies come in, they come in with their own. They come in to help you, but they come into a specific area. If you tell them no, they pack their bag and go to another country. It's just
no, but yeah, I don't think.
Robert,
let's move on, man.
Let me read this real quick. In 2023, the U.S. government, USAID, gave Liberia $167 million. After they took it, almost 60% of that went to pay experts, so-called experts that they brought into the country. Guess how much went to sanitation? The whole country. Sanitation, $10 million. The rest of the money, they say $15 million went to malaria. It's in our name, but they are the ones that are funding. They are bringing their medication. They buy the medication from here. They're doing everything. So it has become a circular. The corruption does not come from the international money that comes to the country, because that is strictly regulated. The corruption comes from what we raise, our own budget. Like they're talking about $667 million that were raised this year or last year. There where the corruption is. That is the unfettered, unchecked money that you have gone to these agencies you are talking about. Once the people start the agency, it is your job to maintain. Let's talk about LDEA. They took Kromai and all those guys and brought them to the States, trained them, put a lot of money into training. They went home. Now, when the people left, it is their job now to maintain the LDEA and look what they're doing there. So at what point do we stand on our own 2 feet and say, you know what, you have given up the structure, we are now going to maintain it?
Yeah, but it's the president. You mentioned LDEA. The government, for instance, had initially allocated $1.9 million for what they call Kush Must Go. When that bill went to Congress, doing its recast in 2024, they dramatically cut that to 470-something million. Took out $1.5 million out of that, right? Of course. But the president signed that bill. He signed that bill into law. Well, again, generally, I'm not going to sit here and blame, because at the end of the day, it is not the responsibility of these international groups to to fix Liberia. It's not the responsibility, it's the government responsibility to go out there and seek help in strategic area that are needed. I'm sure Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did that. I won't sit here and believe that Ellen just went and said, you know what, y'all come and get help in any area you want to help. No, there were areas of focus. And we can't just sit there and act as though this company just came and just wasted money and did their own thing without any government input whatsoever. I can't. I'm not. Look at Ebola, for instance. We received over 30-something million for Ebola directly to the government. When reports came out later on, there was massive corruption with that, Mr. Nangwe, and up to this day, no one was held accountable for that. We were talking about the health sector. Why is the health sector? You mean to tell me we could not put $50 million to support a functioning health sector with all that money that came through? This is what I'm talking about. I still stand on my opinion that, again, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, for those 12 years, given her connection and the monies that came through, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf could have done more. Does it mean that all of this dysfunction in all of these areas is her fault alone? No, it's not her fault, because George Weah too could have leveraged his connection, and he could have done more. He could have fought corruption and made sure that these monies went to these institutions that should have benefited from it. But the bottom line is, massive corruption have hurt us. We have not invested in these key areas, and I'm not going to sit here and blame international companies for that. I'm not going to do that.
Thank you, guys. Mr. Diggs, thank you. See you tomorrow. Victor, tomorrow. Robert, tomorrow. Let's do this.
Just a second, Jerome. In closing, real 5 seconds. One, I enjoyed the show. Thank you all very much. Thanks to Ms. Cassell. She was very great. Thanks to our audience. But I also want to be thankful that the political leader of the CMC arrived safely in Monrovia today to a very impressive welcome party. I also want to invite you to join us tomorrow at 2 p.m. Liberian time, which I believe will be 10 a.m. on the East Coast. We'll be going live on our website. We'll be launching our website. Join us, CMC. Find us on the internet. But thank you very much.
But why did Manny come on the show while he was here?
He did.
He did.
He did? Okay, I wasn't.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
All right,
tomorrow,
guys.
and Mr. Nangwe, as we go on, is it 10 o'clock tomorrow? We'll be here.
Yep.
10 a.m. Eastern time.
No, 10 a.m. Liberian time. 10 a.m. Eastern. I'm sorry. Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you, guys. Let's do it tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. All right. See you, Mr. Dees. I know you want to say something there, but you're muted. That's good.
Okay, guys.